Calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, June 23rd, 2021. So let's start with a roll call.
All right, thank you, commissioners. I'll go ahead and start with Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair House.
Present and accounted for.
Commissioner Jordan.
I'm here.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Present.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Present.
Commissioner Mahan is absent. Commissioner Manuel
Here.
and Commissioner Uli.
Present.
All right, we have a quorum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go on to item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on an item not on today's agenda, please follow the instructions on screen. All right, and I see 2 hands raised. Looks like Lonnie Ebenstein and Luke Sweatland. So Lonnie Ebenstein, I'm going to unmute you and you'll have 2 minutes.
Great. Members of the commission, thank you for your time and your service to the community. I'm here to thank you for your strong positions at the last meeting in favor of preservation of the historic Mission Creek Bridge and your advocacy of genuine safety issues. We appreciate that. And I think the community overwhelmingly appreciates that. This is why you're on the Historic Landmarks Commission. This is a very valuable site to our community. I wanted to let you know too, as you may have seen in the paper, the members of the Coalition to Preserve Mission Canyon will be presenting a nomination for sycamore trees adjacent to the historic Mission Creek Bridge as a historic landmark like other trees in the city of Santa Barbara, including the stone pines on Quarantine and Anapamu Street, the Tree of Light on 100 West Carrillo, the pepper tree in front of the city of Santa Barbara, existing sycamores within Mission Historical Park. And we anticipate submitting that nomination to you later this week. And we hope that then you'll also be able, it's independent of the other issue. It's of course in the same general vicinity, but it's something that we hope you'll consider. And we hope that you'll take a look at that closely. And as I said, I wanted to let you know that that would be forthcoming in the coming days. And again, thank you for your service. We don't always have to agree, but we have to spend the time to get to the facts. And I appreciate the efforts of the commission to do that. Thank you again.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Luke Sweatland. Luke Sweatland, I'm going to unmute you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. And go ahead and click the microphone icon on your control panel, Mr. Sweatland.
Got it. Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Luke Sweatland, the President and CEO of the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History and Sea Center. On behalf of the museum, I entered a letter into the record as public comment number 8, and I would respectfully call your attention to that letter. My letter corrects the falsehoods and challenges the personal attacks and snide allegations that were entered into public comment at your last meeting of June 9th. Since what is said at public comment influences your decision-making and shapes public opinion, I find it deeply troubling that odious misinformation can be disseminated and be neither fact-checked nor challenged. What happened with the public comment entered by Paulina Kahn and Lorna Moore on June 9th is nothing short of a shameful abuse of the privilege of being able to speak at hearings such as these, and that abuse does irreparable damage to our civic discourse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there are no additional hands raised at this time. I'd just like to confirm with Ms. Tarnovskaya whether we received any written general correspondence.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hamilton and commissioners. We did receive 13 written correspondences, which were distributed to the commission prior to this meeting. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I think we can close public comment and move on to the next item.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go on to approval of minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting, June 9th, 2021.
I'll move to approve the minute.
Second.
Chair Early. All right, second, I heard second by Vice Chair House first, the first second. So under discussion,
Mr. Chair?
yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, item 2 under the minutes, it was just that single item we had, correct? But number 2 under the motion, or I guess the comments, is a little misleading because I do not recall the bulk of the commission favoring a pedestrian walkway on the downstream side of the bridge. I think that was open for discussion. I don't believe there was a straw vote. I certainly didn't feel that way. And I was kind of vociferous about that. But I don't recall it being kind of a general consensus. I think that should be corrected somehow. Maybe some commissioners instead of most.
And actually, before we go into that, I have a question for staff. I believe it was Mr. Levinstein reached out to me and asked about minutes and wanted to make a public comment on the minutes and on the minutes for this last meeting. Is there a process for that, or how does that play into it, or is there public comment or discussion on the minutes? I know we normally don't, or I don't know if we ever have in my time, but I wanted to ask what is the sort of rationale for it for that on that part of it.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the Commission. The proper avenue for public comment regarding minutes of a previous meeting would be general public correspondence. So just submitting either written or verbal public correspondence would suffice for that purpose, and then the Commission can take into account those comments during minutes review.
Okay, that sounds good. I believe he did submit written, but I just brought up that question, which I hadn't run into before. So, okay, thank you. All right, back to the Commission.
Yeah, if I may continue.
Yes, please.
Yes, so I think the first sentence is fine. Option B sentence, the second one is fine. And it's the third sentence that I have trouble with. I don't recall that being the part of the discussion, or at least a consensus part of the discussion to most commissioners. And then the second to last sentence, the path shall be provided with as limited as possible impact to both walls, especially to the Stegosaurus wall and the monastery wall. Well, we are actually, the thrust of the whole hearing was not to touch any of that stuff. And so I think that moving the wall or provide minimal insertions to provide a pedestrian path with minimal impact to the historic resource, it doesn't make sense to me in terms of the general tone of our comments at the end of the meeting. I find this to be confusing to the public, certainly, and it's confusing to me as well, because I did not feel that we were saying, yes, let's have most commissioners are enthusiastic about having a pedestrian pathway on the downstream side of the bridge, and let's pierce the wall. That doesn't seem right to me. I think it should be reworded or done away with altogether. Thank you.
Okay, so along those lines, so what about changing it from most to many, and then to say, and if there are impacts to the wall, they would be done in the most minimal way, or something in that
something on that too. Yes, because when you say the path, when you say the path shall be provided, that's like it's a done deal. No, it's not. So any way to ameliorate the implication that this is kind of something that we're very enthusiastic about, we're going to you know, we're going to sort of engineer it ourselves, I find unacceptable. But I think your suggestions are proper.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we say the idea of a pedestrian bridge on the west side is possibly an agreeable solution to many commissioners, so that leaves a lot more, because I think that there wasn't an analysis in terms of a universal agreement on it, or even the vast majority. It seemed like the most potentially possible solution, but not that it was like, yeah, because we didn't actually have a solution to review that we could even really thoroughly comment on.
Yeah, so
and that's-
perhaps, Mr. Chair, the idea of a pedestrian bridge on the west side is a possible solution to some commissioners, or to many commissioners,
Yeah.
but not most.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think
Yeah,
that makes
I mean,
sense. And that does have a good summry of what we didn't even have elevations of these things, or in any
Right,
way having them
right.
worked out. So we
Yeah.
giving an acceptance of them before they're even out fully designed does, I agree. I think it doesn't get at what we were saying, but we saw that as the most potential of the options. It seemed like the most potential to be able to be acceptable if it was able to be worked out. So I think
Some
that
of
makes
us.
sense as a change.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, for some,
Many of us,
or
some
many,
of us.
many. And I don't
All right.
know if we need to get into this brings up getting into the weeds on it, with the path spaced away from the historic bridge so the view can be enjoyed and separation from the historic resources provided. Maybe
I don't
that,
remember any of
that was discussed, and I can't remember if that was part of the actual motion into that depth, but my guess is it probably, well, it wasn't a motion, it was comments, right?
No, just a comment, right?
It was just comments. So because I know we discussed all those things, but I do think that our comments need to be limited so that we're not giving the design direction, and especially because it wasn't made into a motion. So we weren't intentional about all these comments. I think that they have those comments to look back on, and they have the whole meeting to look back on. But I think that, if it wasn't a motion, so I don't think we should even include that. So
Right.
why don't we do this? Go ahead, Commissioner Gooley.
And we want to avoid retrying the topic here while we're discussing the minutes.
So what about this? Why don't we just eliminate let's see. So we do the change that we just talked about. The idea of pedestrian bridge on the west side is possibly is a possible solution, possible solution to many commissioners.
Period.
Yeah. There we go. And then we can just eliminate the rest, and we can just leave it at that. And they can look.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would even strike the last two sentences.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Period, and then
Nope.
just remove the rest. I think we leave it general because we haven't actually had a design that's actually been fully presented, because we don't have elevations of it yet. So
Right.
we don't want to get into the detailing out how to actually do the design. So okay,
Thank you.
yeah.
Mr.
So Vice Chair House.
I would also suggest removing the first few words in general consensus, because that kind of implies a majority. Just start with many commissioners stated.
Yeah. Okay. I think that makes sense too.
Thank
Okay. So let's augment the beginning of number 2 to say many commissioners stated there's need for okay. So is any other edits to the minutes? Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes, thank you. A comment was made by Commissioner Mahan towards the end of the meeting, something to the effect that, excuse me, the 2 replacement proposals would probably not meet the criteria of architectural scale and proportion used in the EPV area. I don't know if that's worthwhile inserting or not. But that was made by Commissioner Mahan as to the scale and proportions of the 2 new schemes that were shown.
Yeah, I know that he said that for the one, the elliptical, the long one, that one he had said, and I think there was actually, only those comments were made by other commissioners as well, that no one felt otherwise, at least that spoke, in terms of that not being appropriate. The double one of the same, I don't know if he was actually saying it for that one too, and I would be a little bit hesitant to put those words in his mouth in terms of that, but and I suppose we could that could and should be added to those as well, because it would help to inform potential future thoughts and designs, and whenever this gets relooked at. So, and I think that was a pretty agreed on idea, that the elliptical arch was, at least most commissioners seem to feel that way too. So I think it's worth at least putting it into the comments that it was felt that it was not appropriate for the EPV.
Does that discussion show up on any one of these 8 or 9 comments already?
Sure. Let's see.
I don't see it as showing up.
Yeah.
So
So let's
maybe
let's
to
add that one.
number 8. Would you add number 8 for his comment?
Yeah, that makes sense. So
Okay.
specifically,
And I think staff can review the tape to get it down in particular rather than just making it up. But
sounds good. All right. Any other edits or discussions with it? Does the maker of the motion okay with those edits?
I am comfortable with those edits.
All right. And the seconder? And the muted seconder?
I read his lips.
If he's good with them, I'm good with them.
All right. Sounds good. All right. So let's, any more discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmond,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundick,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are on to item C, approval of the consent calendar of June 23rd, 2021. And staff, do you want to give a summary?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and to the commission. On today's consent calendar, Commissioner or Vice Chair House and Commissioner Manuel were the reviewers. For item A for 834 State, the project was continued indefinitely to consent with comments. Item B, 1028 Laguna, project design approval and final approval were granted with comments. And item C, the last item on the agenda, so it's 222 East Constance, received final approval.
All right. Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
I'll move approval of the
All right.
consent calendar as presented.
All right. And then do I have a second? Yes. Well, we'll take Commissioner Lendick. I think he started to say it first.
Then I will second it.
All right. Second by Vice Chair House. Under discussion, well, one thing is thanks Vice Chair House for stepping in and taking it, pinch hitting and taking the consent. So thank you for
Well, it
that.
was a natural
And
progression because I was asked to attend on the first item, which involved lighting, and then I was asked to just take the whole thing. So why not?
yeah, they suck you in that way. It's
Yeah.
like a slow, it's the frog in the pot. And thank you, Commissioner Manuel, as well. So, all right. Any other questions? Discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Drury,
Yes?
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes?
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. So announcements. Does staff have any?
Mr. Chair, no announcements from me. I don't know if Mr. Hernandez has anything.
Okay. All right, we'll go to the commissioners, and as Ms. Hernandez does, she can always jump on. All right, other announcements, commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury, sorry.
I have to leave at 5:50 tonight.
All
Gotta
right,
feed Mom.
That's right.
all right,
Thank you.
all right. Any other announcements? One announcement I had, and Commissioner Jordan, I just wanted to check live if you're going to be the Santa Barbara yesterday, today, tomorrow. Are you going to be on the final panelist meeting?
Yes.
All right, great. So tomorrow, for those of you who are bored Thursday night and have nothing to do, tomorrow I think it's 6 p.m. is the last of the Santa Barbara yesterday, today, tomorrow series. There's going to be all the panelists and speakers and a few extras are being pulled together to kind of finish off the series. So finish off the symposium. The Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation, the link's on their website, and for those of you who get the emails, I'm sure you'll get it. So anyways, please register. It's free ahead of time. And yeah, that's the only announcement for that. Any other announcements? We're going to the next item. All right, on to item E, any subcommittee reports? All right, Commissioner Manuel?
Yeah, we had the 101 review that Commissioner Uli and I, as well as ABR, had our last meeting on that, and they've been really open to all of our suggestions. So I think that is now going to ABR.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you, and thank you for taking that. All right, any other subcommittee reports? All right, in that case, let's go on to the item 1 of the agenda. This is 121 East Mason Street. This is archaeology report. Revised proposal for a 4-story mixed-use development in the coastal zone. Project entails demolition of existing structures, except for the 523 square foot silo, and construction of an approximately 199,000 square foot mixed-use development on a 2.1 acre site in the Funk Zone. A total of 155 residential units are proposed, 142 rental units, and 32 condominiums, of which 29 would be affordable, with a proposed density of approximately 74 units per acre. The project is proposed under state density bonus law and includes concessions and development standard waivers. Proposed non-residential floor areas total 18,100 square feet. A total of 228 parking spaces are proposed, 116 residential and 112 commercial, using a combination of standard spaces, mechanical lifts, and valet service. This is requesting acceptance of a phase 1 archaeological resources report prepared by David Stone, Stone Archaeological Consultant. All right, Commissioner Manuel.
Sorry, I should recuse myself for conflict of interest with one of the applicants.
Okay, thank you. Letting us know. All right. So let's go on to the, so is the applicant here, or anyone from the applicant team?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the applicant is, or the report preparer is not available at this time. However, I wanted to let you know that Dr. Glashow has reviewed the report and accepts its conclusions and recommendations. And any issues that were brought up by Dr. Glashow would have been addressed by the report preparer prior to this hearing. And that's all I've got. I do believe that Heidi Jones from the applicant team is here. So Ms. Jones, you are now a panelist if you'd like to say a few words.
Good afternoon, Chair
Welcome.
Gumbine and commissioners. Thank you.
Thank
Heidi
you.
Jones
Welcome.
with Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting Services on behalf agent for the owner. As staff mentioned, Dr. David Stone is not available to attend today, but we believe we have Dr. Glasshow's support for the report conclusions and recommendations. I'm here if I probably can't answer your questions, but I'm here to just listen and answer any questions you might have that are not related to this.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so with that, thank you for that. And then with that, let's go to open public comment. And any member of the public can wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand virtually by clicking on the green arrow hand icon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. While we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Tarnowska, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and commissioners. No public comment was received for this item. Back to you.
Thank you. And seeing no hands raised, Mr. Chair, back to you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So to the commission, any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
Yes, so 121 East Mason, is that where there was a series of little joinery and carpentry shops at the corner, I guess, of, what would it be? Santa Barbara Street and Mason, is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, that was a succinct answer. Thank you.
But I think the site location is Santa Barbara and Yananali, right? And
Yeah,
is that correct?
I can provide some clarification. So this is an entire city block project. There were prior phase 1 reports that went through the review and approval process and were accepted by your commission historically. These 2 remaining parcels were considered to be brought into the block to build a site. So as part of our DART process, we're filling in the gaps to just make sure that we have the phase 1 report for those last 2 remaining parcels of the block.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so just one further question, and I'll try not to be rambling. So across the street is the old, is it the old Beacons building? I think it was going to be a headquarters for Sonos at one time. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, okay, and it's a through street across the railroad tracks, correct? Santa Barbara Street?
No, it does not go through. It's bound by Garden, Yananali, Santa Barbara, and Mason Street.
Gee, many Christmas. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Any comments? If not, is there someone that wants to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to accept the report as presented.
Second.
All right. Motion by Vice Chair House, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion. Any discussion? All right. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury, Commissioner Drury,
Commissioner Drury, you might be muted.
Or we should come back to him. Maybe he left his computer.
Okay, and Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to item 2, which is 224 Cannon Drive. This is a miscellaneous action item, structure of merit designation. This is a review of historic significance report and public hearing to consider structure of merit designation of the American Colonial Revival style building house constructed in 1928. All related reports can be viewed online. Santa Barbara. All right, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, commissioners. And before I start this, I did just look up the location of that building for Commissioner Drury. It's about a block and a half away from the Beacons building. It's not across the street. But I couldn't get on fast enough by the time you passed your motion to tell you.
All right, thanks.
But FYI, it's not across the street. There's no resources around it, historic resources. Okay, so on to the structure of merit designation. This designation was at the request of the owner. And as you mentioned, this building was constructed in 1928 in the American Colonial Revival style. The building at 224 Cannon Drive is in excellent condition. The house conveys integrity of location, design, setting, materials, and feeling and association by being able to convey its 1928 condition and retaining its original features and being an example of American Colonial Revival style in Santa Barbara. The house shows the character-defining features of the American Colonial Revival style, which became popular as America was enthused for the 100th anniversary of nationhood in the late 1800s and saw a resurgence of the colonial style architecture, which soon grew into a massive movement across the nation. The American Colonial Revival house became one of the strongest house styles of the first half of the 20th century, dominating vernacular architecture among America. It doesn't have as big of an impression in Santa Barbara, but still has an effect on our architectural repertoire. American Colonial Revival again started in 1876 at the Philadelphia Centennial. As it became more popular, it began to change from style inspired by early colonial period to a style with highly historically accurate recreation of architectural details. This house in particular embodies the following character-defining features of American Colonial Revival style: the simple two-story rectangular massing with side gambrel and symmetrical gambrel roof shapes and a symmetrical facade. The solid wood panel front entrance door, the classical columns supporting the segmented pediment that are based on colonial precedents, the centrally located entrance that helps establish the bilateral symmetry of the front facade, the operable rectangular 4/4 and 6/6 double-hung sash windows with OG lugs in the upper sash and fixed divided light windows, which reference America's earlier period when large panes of glass were not common since they were expensive and hard to transport without breaking, the wide shiplap siding, and the brick chimney at the open gambrel end of the house. In addition, the building is sitting in the San Roque neighborhood. The San Roque neighborhood was once the ranch of Dixie Thompson, who raised beans and walnuts on the ranch. And then Thompson's ranch flaked San Roque Canyon, and which remained an agricultural land until the first subdivision became developing around World War I. Stephen Rutherford bought 123 acres in 1927 between San Roque Road and Alomar Avenue. The San Roque portion of the ranch was developed in patchwork fashion between the two world wars. San Roque was half built out by 1940. The rest of the homes were filled in 1955 and 1965. As shown on the Sanborn map, this house was one of the very first few built around Cannon Drive. There are 3 other houses on Cannon Drive that are designated structures of merit in various styles. There's 212 Cannon Drive, constructed in 1928 in the Tree Revival style. 504 Cannon Drive, designed in 1929 by Edwards and Plunkett in the Spanish Colonial Revival style. 246 Cannon Drive, designed in 1930 by Leonard Cook in the Spanish Colonial Revival style. So this house was built as part of the San Roque Country Club and planned development of homes around Cannon Drive with a golf course where Ralph Stevens Park is now. the subdivision map did show the layout of the streets, one of which never materialized. And the homes were required to meet construction and design standards, and an art jury even covered all color schemes. As an original 1928 American colonial revival house, the house is illustrative of the development of San Roque neighborhood. In addition, the house sits on a really unique corner lot that between Cannon Drive and Carrizo Drive and is a highly visible feature in the neighborhood. The house is also one of the few American colonial style houses in the San Roque neighborhood. Thus, it qualifies under Criterion 5 as a unique lot location, making this highly visible, established, and familiar feature of the San Roque neighborhood. So, in conclusion, this building qualifies as a structure of merit as an American colonial revival house constructed in 1928 with high historic integrity. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Let's go then to public comment. Any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item, please raise your hand by clicking on the green arrow icon to raise it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are attending by webinar and you would like to give verbal public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. And while we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Tarnowskaya, rather, did we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you, commissioners, and Mr. Hamilton. We did not receive written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I do see a hand raised from Michelle O'Malley, whom I believe is the owner. So Michelle O'Malley, I'm going to unmute you.
Yeah.
And you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
I just wasn't sure if there was a time for us to speak, but just wanted to thank the commission for our consideration and say a few words about why my husband and I are really interested in preserving this home. We love the San Roque neighborhood. I think we can all agree that it's a really unique place in Santa Barbara, filled with a lot of historic homes and newer homes. And we're excited to raise our young family. We have 3 kids here, and to continue to preserve the home, and because we think it's very special. And in particular, it's one of the only American colonial revivals around. And in a neighborhood where so many people are upgrading and adding to their homes, we think, especially because our home is so visible, so many people walk by, so many people see it on the way to Stevens Park, that it's we really would do credit to the house and to the neighborhood to try and do right by it and preserve it. So again, and I'll let my husband chime in here if he has anything else to say.
Nothing additional, just thanks again for your time and consideration.
I think that's all from us.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there are no additional hands raised at this time. So Mr. Chair, back to you.
All right. To the commission for questions regarding this report and analysis. Any questions? All right. In that case, let's go into comments, discussion. So for one, I will just, because we had this shot here, I was very surprised to see the drawings that the column is on the outside and there's not a column under the ellipse. That was actually shocking and disturbing to me. And then seeing the drawings, I was like, wow, that was the way it was designed. Although it was a slightly steeper pitch, I think, on the front entry porch. So anyways, it's an interesting, very atypical way of resolving that. So anyways, fun to see it was original too, though.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Uli.
I think this is a great example of this style of architecture. You know, it's not the only one in the city, but it is among very, very few that are in the city, that is for sure. Certainly worth preservation, certainly worth designation. I would even hazard that it probably could support being a city landmark because it is so rare. It seems to have a great deal of integrity, and the owners obviously love the property, so I'm in favor of designation.
Thank you. Other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
If that's the motion, I would second it.
That's a good comment. Is there
at the motion? Move that we designate 224 Cannon Drive as a structure of merit.
A second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Uli and second by Commissioner Drury. Under discussion, any discussion, disagreements, anything else that anyone wants to say? All right, in that case, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you, commissioners. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner London,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair Howe,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury, okay, I'll move on to Commissioner Edmonds
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, on to item 3, and just a quick time check. We are only 3 minutes late, so let's keep up the good work here. All right, 1221 Anacapa Street. This is a continued item, project design approval and final approval. This is a proposal to construct a new 500 kilowatt solar photovoltaic system on the upper level of the city-owned Granada garage located in the EPV that will also function as a parking canopy. The superstructure will have a maximum height of 46 feet, 46 feet, and consists of a painted high-strength steel columns and beams with galvanized light gauge steel purlins on top to support and attach the solar modules. The project also includes the removal of existing rooftop light poles and 13 small olive trees in pots to allow for the new solar photovoltaic canopy. Planning Commission approved a height exemption on December 10th, 2020, allowing the project to exceed the standard height limit of 45 feet in the commercial general high density residential priority housing overlay CG zone. Say that 5 minutes fast. All right, project design approval and final approval are requested. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility analysis and the following guidelines: EPV district design guidelines, solar energy system design guidelines. Tree removal findings are required, and the project was last reviewed on October 28th, 2020. All right, Commissioner Manuel.
Surprise, surprise. I've got a conflict of interest with the owner, and I need to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you. All right. So if the applicant could come on the screen, and then we'll go through our previous motion, and perhaps if there's any other staff comments, and then you'll have your 15 minutes to do a presentation. So, all right, this was, our previous motion was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. 1, the structure should be as simple as possible from the standpoint of depth, so everything should be flush with the top of the tallest beam. The structural steelwork should be designed in a manner compatible with the architecture of the building. Applicant should study reducing the height below 8'3" clear. Number 4, incorporate screening and architecture elements on both the north and west elevations as they are on the south and east elevations. Rendering should be made more accurate to reflect the openings in the landscape panel. The applicant should investigate security guardrail requirements. And this was a motion by Lenbeck, a second by Mahan. It was 5-1-0. Grumbine opposed. Drury was absent. And the motion carried. And individual comments of Chair Grumbine opposed because he would not require both screening and a trellis. All right. So with that, if you, is there staff? Is there any comments from staff before we get started? Oh, Ms. Plummer.
Hello.
A face from the past.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Most of my staff comments have already been covered with the project description and footer on today's agenda. you are considering the project for project design approval and final approval. And as mentioned in the agenda, the project was last reviewed by the Planning Commission. They did approve a height exception for this project, which allows the project to exceed the 45-foot height limit for the CG zone. And you should have received a copy of the staff report, resolution, and minutes from that meeting. Following Planning Commission review, the applicant has made some changes to the design, and they've actually reduced the height a little bit from what Planning Commission reviewed. But I'll leave that to the applicant presentation. And then just if you are considering an action at today's hearing, I'll ask that you include in any motion the project compatibility analysis criteria and the required tree removal findings. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so to the applicant, please introduce yourself, and if you'll have 15 minutes to walk us through, and please also address the comments made in the motion as you go.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. My name is Alelia Parento, and I'm the city's Energy and Climate Manager, and I'm just going to provide a brief introduction to the project again before handing it off to our project partners, Ed DeVincente and Henry Lenny. So as you've heard before, our City Council has affirmed its commitment to carbon neutrality and local energy resilience through the adoption of their 2018 Strategic Energy Plan and their recently adopted goal of carbon neutrality by 2035. Building energy clean and local has been at the center of achieving those energy and climate goals, and to that end, Council has directed City staff to evaluate all municipally owned facilities and develop them as effectively as possible as distributed energy resources. We're currently in the process of building out multiple facilities owned by the city, but the Granada Garage project remains our largest opportunity for really providing groundbreaking resilience in the downtown core. Additionally, since we last spoke to you, this project has substantially increased in significance and benefits because we have since received full funding for a battery energy storage system to back up the entire building's loads. This battery energy storage system would be located within the garage, so it is not part of your review, but this creates a flagship microgrid project, the first of its kind in the region, and something that Council is really proud of. And so we're excited to get this built. This also provides, again, really bolstered resiliency for our downtown core and some of our really impacted neighborhoods with regards to energy reliability. As mentioned in the previous statements, Planning Commission did review our project, and several of the commissioners really showed a keen interest in moving this project forward. And so we're hoping that we can all come to an agreement on how we can get that done. Our project team has really gone to great lengths to balance the strong council priorities with aesthetic considerations of the El Pueblo Viejo. We've hired local architect Henry Lenny, who was the original designer of the project, to really try to provide continuity with the design. We've also provided a number of aesthetic options through various review processes with your commission. And we've reduced the system size by 20%, which really negatively impacted the economics of the project, but we're hoping we sort of are coming to a compromised position. Throughout this process, we've been committed to working with your commission to find a solution that balances these priorities. However, it is really important that I mention that pandemic-related building costs have increased substantially since we've last seen you and are sort of threatening the project viability. And the fact that we've reduced the system size has reduced economic benefits. And so we're sort of at a crossroads where we need to move this project forward. And so to that end, I respectfully request that you give us a decision today so we can move on to the next phase of the project. And with that, I will hand it over to Mr. DeVincente and Lenny. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, are you asking if we can hear you, Mr. DeVincente? Oh, yeah, we're not hearing you.
The lad needs to be unmuted.
Oh, yeah, can you unmute him?
Thank you, staff.
All right.
Come here. Okay. Excellent. Good afternoon, Chair Grumbine and fellow commissioners, Ed DeVincente with CMH Architecture. and with Henry Lenny, architect as well. So yeah, we've, since we last saw you, we've done a number of things. The first was really, we got to Planning Commission and we presented the same project you saw last time is what we presented to Planning Commission. And so that was a great meeting, a lot of discussion. As you see in the minutes, really supportive of what we're trying to do. It was a close vote, 4-3. They're struggling similarly to some of the issues you have with compatibility as well, being EPV. And some were in support of the landscape mitigation, visual mitigation approach, and others were struggling with it just due to some of the maintenance issues of the olive trees that we're removing from the deck. So those are some of the things that they kind of looked at and discussed quite a bit of, but overall they're in support of the project, and we did get the height request that we needed. So I'm going to go to this drawing package and kind of show you some of the changes we've made to address some of the concerns raised by the Planning Commission and your commission last time, and our new redesigned components. So next page, please. Next page. Thank you. So here on the roof deck, just a reminder, you can kind of see the little plants. Oops, if we could go back one. Yeah, just to orient. So the planters with the existing olive trees that are going to be removed sit in design planters that support the additional point loads of the trees. And those are the areas that we're going to be putting the support columns for the solar array structure. So, and then you can kind of see the outline dashed around. Next slide, we'll look in more detail at what we're proposing. So the biggest change, next slide, is starting in red. So in the red line, you'll see these are our main structural support. So we got with the engineering team and we really took a closer look at this. And we've actually rotated the structural grid 90 degrees. And what this allowed us to do was to reduce the main beam depths from 30 inches down to 18. So this was the main height reduction of 15 inches that you saw last time at 47.3. We're now at 46 feet proposed. And kind of compacted things a little bit. And that kind of led to what mitigation strategies we studied. So as you saw previously, we've studied a number of landscape screening with planters on perimeters and screens coming up the sides of the building. And it was an interesting conversation, even with Planning Commission with regards to maintenance. So we've gone a completely different direction. So what we're introducing is a cornice element to really wrap the structure, and that's indicated in the blue line here. And we can come back to this slide as we look at that in more detail. And so one of the other comments was to make sure that the mitigation strategies weren't just on the south and the eastern side, but also the north and the west, and we've incorporated that in as evidenced by the blue line. So a little harder to see is there's some question about where does all the equipment go. So the inverters are located, there's 6 of them, they're little green dots on the columns, and we'll show you in a detail. Thank you, staff. Yeah, so the inverters that connect the panels to the grid will be on the columns, and so they won't be on the perimeter and visible, they'll be internal to the design's array. Additionally, we've got light fixtures called out in yellow, a little hard to see on the screen, and we've got a spec of those that we'll show you as well. Essentially, those are in between the bays and the drive areas where the vehicles go below the driveway area. Next slide. So here in elevations, if you could go to the top elevation, this is looking from the southeast or the Anapamu Street. And here you can see the elevation to the top of the structure is 46 feet. And here you can start to get a sense of our mitigation strategy, adding a cornice to the perimeter of the property. Now, relative to colors, we're proposing that the cornice itself be painted a color to match the building. And then the structure itself is going to be painted a dark gray, green gray, which we have a sample of. Going down to the next elevation. Below next elevation, staff. And you can just see the continuity of the structure as we go through. So here to the northwest. Next. Let's go to the next page actually and go into details, because I think the visual sims are probably more helpful. Next page. Yeah, the views from the other elevations, and next page. Next page. Thank you, staff. Here we go. So to the bottom right, we'll start there at our section. Oops. Back one more, please. Yes, you could zoom into the details on the right. So we've drawn 3 sections so that you could see at the different edge conditions. On the bottom, through the Anapamu Street side, the most visible from the public realms. You could zoom in a little tighter there. You could see if the column comes down just behind the parapet wall and then attaches to the 18-inch beam. And then above that, the superstructure for the panels, or the substructure for the panels, they're the tallest 8-inch Z purlins, and that's where the panels attach. So here you can see our elevations approximately on the right-hand side. The deck at 35 feet, the top of the whole array, 46 feet. And you'll just see as you go to the next detail above, how we, the conditions of some of the other elements. So this is through the Granada Theater side where the panels are turned. You can see to the interior column, the inverter, which would be located on the column up high, kept at least 5 feet off the ground. And then you can see the lights will be mounted up in between the structure, between the main structural elements. Zoom out. If you could zoom out, I'd like to show the profile. Right in the middle of the page. There we go. So this is the profile we came up with. The total depth on the right-hand side is about 20 inches to cover the main superstructure and get attachment. So I'll let Henry take you through this. Zooming out, let's go to the next page for cut sheet. You can look at all these in more detail if the commission desires. So then this is the light structure, and then there's gusset detailing too for how the cornice attaches. So let's just take a look at the light itself. So we have a full LED, it's a 14-inch by 14-inch square. It'll tuck away nicely in between the structural bays. We just wanted to point that out for the commission. So let's move to the Sims, and Henry, if you could take it away. Chair, it looks like we might need a few more minutes to make sure we can cover the Sims,
Yeah,
and
that's
Henry
fine.
just to describe our strategy. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Henry.
Okay.
Let's try to keep it under an hour. Mr. Lenny.
I'll try, but I'm not sure I'll be successful.
All right.
Well, we think we did what we were asked to, and what we were asked to do by Mr. Lembick and Mr. Mahan and some of you others was actually a very good idea. So we started off by introducing a molding, a crown molding of sorts. I'm not sure that it would be called a crown molding, in order to cover the entire edge of the structure in the most visible areas that we could. Now, we had some restrictions for that, and the company that we work with, which were great, we actually started putting pieces together in order to design something with components that they had readily available. And the whole philosophy of this is to provide the molding, paint it the same color as the walls, and anything behind the molding, paint it into a deep Malaga green, not black, but a very, very deep green, so that the light elements of the molding comes forward towards you, and the rest of the structure, the columns and the beams, hopefully would fade into the background. And that was the approach that we took in order to resolve these issues. Now, if we can go back to the...
And Mr. Bolden, if you could zoom in maybe a little bit so we can see a little stronger on the screen. Yeah, especially the bottom one. Yeah.
Yeah, the bottom one I think is a good one.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And this image does explain the whole approach to this thing. So what you see on the underside of it would be fairly dark, similarly to what you would see in some of the arches, I think, where that are within the facade of the building. They're very light with the facade, and then things get darker as they recede. And that was the same approach. We also wanted to make sure that we dealt with the 45-degree corners as they turn the structure itself. And that was a little bit tricky, but I think we got it taken care of. Now, this sim doesn't show it very clearly, the profile. So if we can go back to the detail where the profile is shown, and I can explain a little bit about that. Yeah, I can zoom in. My whole idea is, and Ed's as well, was to make sure that we captured enough variety of shadows. And beginning with the top of the molding itself, that would cast a strong shadow, and then everything becomes softer. Then it would hit the sun and then become lighter. And then towards the bottom of it, you get some shadow lines as well. Now, this is projecting, I don't know if we have the actual projection. It says approximately how much this is projecting from the face of the structure. This probably starts out at, I can't read it, but.
Yeah, probably between 6 and 4 inches, Henry, I think is what we're looking at, between 4 and 6 inches.
And so anyway, this was the result of putting various pieces together that the manufacturer had available in order to make it work, and in order to make it sturdy enough to make sure that it resisted some of the wind and some of the other calamities that we have. Try to keep the molding as low as we possibly could, and so that in perspective, the molding would be part of the parapet, not part of the parapet, but it would be compatible to the top of the rail of the parking structure. Let me see, is there anything else we can add, Ed? And as Ed indicated in the blue line in the plan, it doesn't wrap all the way around the structure because, again, trying to deal with yes, there we are. We were trying to deal with a budget, and it's a little bit like going to Starbucks and you have $2.15 for a cup of coffee and you're missing 5 cents. We got to the point in which we analyze the cost and the benefits of doing this so that we can make this project happen. And so as you can see on the blue line, we definitely have the molding in the north elevation and in the west elevation where it's visible, and that continues on to Anapamu Street. And then it turns the corner, as you can see, and this is really to respond to what is visible from the tower of the courthouse. And then there is a small section of that as well on the Anacapa side, on the lower area. So anyway, this was our best attempt to do. We followed your direction, which was good. And we did struggle a little bit to come up with a solution that is aesthetically pleasing, and it complies to the Pueblo Viejo ordinance in this case.
Great. Mr. Bolton, let's continue with the view sims. It'd be good for the commission to see all the views. Okay, it'll help them. And as we look at those as well, you'll see it is subtle, the height reduction, but it does have some meaning. So here we go again from Anapamu Street. Let's go to the next view. This is from Anacapa Street, where previously because it's set back, it's not visible from this corner. And again, we're just demonstrating it continues to not be visible from this corner. Next page. Again, on the north side of Anacapa Street, again, this array is pulled back enough where it's not visible from this corner. Next page. And then from the top of the deck, you can get a much closer look of the profile here and how it attaches in relationship to the structure and the array. And our planters, columns, planter supports. Next. From the courthouse clock tower as well, it's a view you've seen many times. So here you can see where we've, it was important on the corners, on the key corners, like at the top of the stairs, we did fully wrap it. Every other corner really goes back about 10 feet. It's one extrusion length and then the corner itself. So we get about 10 feet. Next. Getting to these final views. So here from the Granada parking area, just to the west of the structure. Next page. I think we've got 2 more shots. There we go. Looking to the north side. It's harder to see here because it is because of the angle. It's just a little tighter. Next page. Our paint color. So here's the paint swatch. It's a Sherwin-Williams rock bottom. So of course it comes through a little different on everyone's screen, but yeah, it's a greenish, dark greenish gray.
You haven't hit rock bottom yet.
We hope to not hit rock bottom. So let me go back over your minutes from last time, make sure we've covered them interwoven. Yeah, we have simplified the structure and the depth. So we've really, you can see those alignments in the sections in particular. Design the steelwork more compatible with the architecture. Yes, that was the cornice we added. Thank you, staff, for pulling up the minutes. We did look at reducing the height below 8'3". There was there's additional, there was a project that was done earlier in the year, which added more car charging on the roofs, parking spaces. And so we have to maintain the 8'3" for accessibility now throughout the whole structure. So we did take a peek at it, but we do need to maintain this. But we do again have the overall height reduction. The number 4, yes, we did incorporate items, the screening to the north and west. Renderings, you've seen all those. We went directly to the view sims. And then investigate security guard requirements. I believe this was from Mr. Mahan. I think it was in the context of, I don't know that the minutes quite read it. Maybe we can get a clarification. I believe it was the supporting infrastructure equipment. Where would that go and how would that be viewed? So if I remember correctly, that's the inverters that we attach to the interior columns. So I believe that covers all the points and everything that changed since we last saw you. So as Alelia mentioned, yeah, we really are looking for an up or down vote today, certainly because of the timing and some costs. So it is important for us to know which way the commission will go with this. Hopefully you're in support of the changes we've made, and we look forward to your comments.
All right, thank you. So does that complete your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. So we'll go on to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon and follow the instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on this item, please follow the instructions on screen. And while we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Tarnowska, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and commissioners. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And seeing no hands raised on the webinar at this point, Mr. Chair and Commission, back to you.
Okay. All right. To the commission then for questions of the applicant.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, thank you. Am I correct in assuming that this is somewhat of a mandate in terms of alternative energy sources, either a state program or a city generated program? I guess that's up to the applicant.
To staff, if we can get a staff explanation of what is mandated, what isn't, what is, where are different directives coming from.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioner Drury. It is not so much a mandate, it is not a requirement that we build on this roof, but again, evaluating opportunities. The easiest opportunities for us to develop as a city are, of course, the buildings that we own. And of the buildings that we own, this one provides a very unique opportunity because of the size of the roof and the proximity to other city buildings with which we can aggregate the load and build the largest system possible, which is what, the actual building does not have a 500 kilowatt load, but with the two adjacent buildings, city buildings, it does. And so it lets us offset a significant portion of the city load in a very unique configuration. And then with addition, the state is putting a lot of emphasis on reliability. And so the battery energy storage system was funded through a state program that will really build upon that reliability in the downtown core. So not a mandate, but it is certainly a strong council priority. They have asked us to develop local energy generation. We're launching our community choice energy entity that will be able to leverage these local generation assets in a very big way to serve our community. And so it's more of an opportunity to benefit our community.
Well, thank you for that. Mr. Chair, I'll ask Mr. Lenny, are you committed to rock bottom?
Am I committed to what, Steve?
Rock bottom, the color.
No, that was the color that was selected. And I began by seeing what would be a typical color that we use here in Santa Barbara, and the Malaga green came through, and those are the ones that we see, the light standards. And
oh yeah.
It could be darker. I prefer not to make it black.
Okay.
Because then it's far too contrasting. If we can get a hunter green sort of color. No, but as far as the color is concerned, we're flexible.
Okay, and I have another question. Will there be parking underneath the array?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Other commissioner questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Uli.
Mr. Lenny, I'm wondering why you didn't explore making this look like a rooftop trellis, since rooftop trellises are common in our city for usable areas of roofs, instead of a floating kind of cornice thing that I don't believe has any precedence. I've never seen a floating cornice on a building in the city of Santa Barbara.
Yeah, well, the issue with the trellis idea is that the structural members vary so significantly in size and in height and depth as well, that it just wouldn't have been credible. As far as the molding is concerned, that we call it a floating molding or whatever it was, it came closer to what we know in Santa Barbara to have. And I think, I believe Mr. Mayhem brought the idea that in some parapets, there were moldings and so on. It's not perfect, and it's not the way ideally you would deal with a molding on the roof, as an example, without bringing the walls down to the rail itself. But that was not possible. And if you recall, we tried different approaches by putting some screens and landscaping, and of course that the commission was not very enthusiastic about that solution. So we basically followed the recommendations that were made at the last meeting that we saw you. And quite frankly, I think this is the simplest, most effective solutions for a structure of this sort right on the roof.
So I have a follow-up question to that question. Did you look at looking between, so two parts to that follow-up question. Did you look at wrapping the posts, the vertical posts that are the supports, in similar materials so that you get a plaster effect? And then a follow-up, additional part of that is, did you look at adding, even though you don't need it, because structurally you don't need posts in between the two posts that we're looking at, for example, in that one in the corner on the right, and then the one that's, you know, whatever, a big bay over, because it's probably like, I don't know, 40 or 50 foot span, or maybe less, maybe it's 30 or 40 foot span. Did you look at putting a post in between there, even just visually, so that it's visually supportive? And did you look at making those posts into like a plaster look? Because right now it looks like there's like a steel/wood post look with a plaster cornice that's floating across. Did you look at making it feel like it was an all plaster thing with big openings?
Well, one of the difficulties, again, that a lot of these elements, for instance, here on Anacapa Street, the beams are cantilevered off the post. So even if we were to dress up the post, they would be so far back that you wouldn't even see them, you see. And the other, we did consider the possibility of putting additional posts, even though they would be purely aesthetic. But it's just blew the budget out. Even the prefabricated octagonal posts that you find off the shelf, they were prohibitively expensive. And then we looked at the possibility of finding some vintage posts, and we found them, but they were, as you can imagine, even more expensive. So, you know, we're dealing with what's ideal from an aesthetic point of view and what is realistic from a budget point of view. And we found that this was the best possible solution that we can think of anyway.
Okay. Other questions, Commissioner Lundvik?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions for the architect. You looking at the your cornice profile, you said that was an extrusion?
Yes, it is. How would you describe it, Ed? It is an extrusion, of course, that is put together by several extrusions that we found available through the company.
You know, my question for you is, that shape, probably you could not find that in historic architecture. I mean, you know, in a Greek or Roman or Mediterranean or whatever. I mean, the shape that you have created there is not traditional in any way, shape, or form, I don't believe, unless you can show me something that looks like that in traditional architecture. And I think that's one of the things that is disappointing to me. So often in Santa Barbara, we find that designers who are looking for a quick approval will take and nail a 2x4 on the wall and plaster it and call it a molding, as opposed to getting in, you know, a large half round and a break and then an OG down to whatever. You don't have those traditional shapes occurring in this larger cornice. That's a question. Can you show me where this occurs traditionally?
I never seen anything like this before.
Yeah.
But then again, I never seen any cornices that you would find in Florence
As a
or
follow-up-
Mexico. They're all
That was my other-
different.
that was my other
But no,
question.
I'm not pretending that this is a recognizable traditional form. It is an extrusion that is designed to provide some shadows and to cover the structure in the best way that we can. Now, I know how to design crown moldings with dentils and all sorts of things. I know that. And, but of course, our hands were tied in this case because, and in fact, we looked at that possibility. And again, the cost was just incredible.
So as a follow-up to that question, what's the material of this extrusion that's being proposed? What's the material?
Ed, do we know what that material is made out of?
Aluminum.
Yes, of course. It is an aluminum, yeah, and there are multiple extrusion pieces. Again, it's a national manufacturer of these products that they had relatively available. So, yes, we did look at custom as well, but it was much more expensive and cost prohibitive for this
So this
particular
is
project.
a painted aluminum. This is a painted aluminum option.
That's
Got it.
correct.
Okay,
So-
Commissioner Lendick, you have additional questions?
Yeah, I have more questions, yes. So, and I think Henry, the architect answered one. There's no precedent that you know of to put a molding around the edge of a trellis.
No, there is no precedent.
And what assurance do we have that this is going to be a straight line as opposed to waving all over the place because of the long spans and the short spans and whatever of this element? I mean,
Well, yeah, that was one of we asked that question, is the rigidity of it. And because Ed and I were very concerned about that, is having the waviness and so on. And the gauge of this is thick enough that that won't happen. And some of these, I'm showing you a simplified version of what really happening, but there are overlap one into the other at every piece that we have here. And that should prevent the unevenness, the waviness and so on, so we can get a true and straight line. Now, the other thing that I should mention is the concern of painting aluminum with powder coating. That wouldn't match the texture and the color of the wall, of course. And so the idea is to treat it, to protect it from the weather, but also to make it match the walls. And unfortunately, for some reason, the Sims did not, it shows the color being somewhat off-white, but that's absolutely not the intent. That's why I usually do things by hand. They're a little more accurate.
Commissioner Lennox,
Commissioner.
any more questions? Or go ahead, Mr. Vicente.
I have a question, one more question. So this is an interpretation of a Mediterranean or Spanish profile. Did you explore other profiles that might be more contemporary and don't try to imitate or mimic our Mediterranean style here?
Yeah, you know, we did. We looked at dozens of profiles. And you're right. I think there are some simpler ones and probably less expensive, I would believe. the problem is that then it's, you lose all the shadows, Ed. And it's not about the shape, it's of what the shadows that are cast. And to try to create some sort of intricacy, that would be distracting, I think, to what is happening on the roof. I don't know. That was an approach that we took, and we thought it was the best approach. Is again not something that I would call it precedent setting. In other words, we're not going to see this in some history books, I'm sure, or maybe we will. You never know. So
I have comments, but I'll wait for later for those.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's take the questions and let's get through any more questions we have. Does that Vice Chair House, will you raise your hand?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea what the lengths of these cornice sections would be?
yes, Ed, do you recall that?
We do. Yes, Chair Grumbine, Commissioner Howes. Yeah, the lengths are 8-foot lengths, and then the corner components are they're welded together, and they're 2 feet long, and then everything fits together. And what I wanted to add to Mr. Lenvick's question was there's customized gussets that attach to the structure, and then at 24 inches on center. So to help with supporting and stability and linearness, there's a gusset system that holds it all together in the street line.
Okay. And then do the sections indeed lap over each other, or do they have some kind of system where they're flush, but they're allowed to expand and contract?
I believe in this case, they do lap so that they can expand and contract without, other words, you get much more complicated connection pieces if they butt, and then sometimes that line isn't always very clean. So in this particular installation, we're looking at an overlap.
Okay. And would they be powder coated, or you would treat them and then you would field paint them?
They actually, I just pulled up the proposal. Let me clarify one thing. They're 10-foot lengths, and it's a 2-coat Kynar, so it's a performance paint.
Okay. So do we know what kind of sheen that would have? That would not be a dead flat, I take it.
Probably not. I mean, we'd want it as dull as possible.
Yeah. And then the LED lights that go underneath the deck, it's hard to tell from looking at them, but it looks like the whole perimeter of them lights up. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And let me just clarify. I was the one that made a comment about a security guardrail because I was concerned the building department possibly having a correction that, well, if workmen have to go up there to service these panels, they would require a 42-inch kind of cable railing like you always see on Caltrans projects at the top of every retaining wall. And that would be yet another offense that would be problematic. So I just brought that up so that you could look into it before we get too far along on this. Anyway, those are the extent of my questions that I can recall for now.
All right. Any other questions by other commissioners? I had one other question. In terms of sizes and shapes of the steel members. So could you, and maybe it's by plan or by section, whichever way is easiest, but can you walk us through the various sizes and shapes of the exposed steel members? Basically, what are we gonna see? And especially from, obviously the biggest concern is from the public, the right of way. I'm not as concerned with from the interior when you're actually parking your car, but more from what you're seeing from the outside. So all the stuff along the perimeter of what you'll see member-wise. If you could just walk us through those.
Sure thing, Chair Grumbine. So if we could, Mr. Bolton, zoom into the bottom 2 details. I think they describe it best. So the main structure is are really the W18, excuse me, the W18 section. So on detail 2 there, on the Granada Theater side, the W18 is what will be on the public side. And then on the bottom, where they're perpendicular, there's a W10 girder there in blue, and that's on the Anapamu side. So those are the two main structural components. And then in between the W18s, again, on the upper detail, you'll see the W10 girders spanning in between. Again, all the tops are flush between those. So the gussets, this is where the variability of the gusset will take into consideration the structural element beyond, and that'll provide the support attachment for the 20-inch cornice all the way around.
Okay, thank you. And actually, one more question. Was there any consideration if, and if so, what was the reasoning for not doing it in terms of wrapping the steel members now, and especially now with these smaller sizes in wood? Was there any consideration to that in terms of the trellis look?
Well, I can tell you we didn't explore wood at all simply because of the cost ramifications and so on, and the complication of labor and all these things. And again, the dilemma here, the problem is that we're right against the wall when it comes to the budget. We've tried our best to find the best possible solution for this without increasing the cost. Now, if cost was no object, then, the possibilities completely open up. But we're right at the maximum of the cost. And the concern is that if you go beyond that cost, there isn't going to be any money to provide it. So again, it's a compromise. Yes, it is a compromise.
Okay. That's it for my questions. Any other questions from anyone? All right, in that case, let's go to the commission for comments then. So who wants to kick us off? Commissioner Lenvik and then Commissioner Uli.
I'll start off. There's an incongruity here. We have steel wide flanges, and I guess they're tube columns that have in which there's been no effort made to trick them out, to put a capital on them or put a base on them or whatever, make them look, something more traditional. And if you go and look at, and I've mentioned this numerous times to the applicant, go and look what they did at Cottage Hospital, because they have really tricked out the steel trellis structures, the canopy structures, so on and so forth, to have a Hispanic flavor. And you've made no effort to do that here, yet you are attempting to put a Spanish cornice around the building, as opposed to something which, has no connection to the beams and columns from the standpoint of the aesthetics. So one of my questions for you is, did you look at other kinds of shape profile for the cornice you're running, which would be more in keeping with the structural elements themselves, and the aesthetic of the elements themselves? And then the other question I would have for the other members of the commission is white the best color up there, or should it be a color which matches the rest of the steel structure and to a degree gets lost up there, as opposed to this white streak running around? And I think I'm inclined to say white may not be the color we want to have up there. It draws attention. That's my opinion. My inclination is to see it the color of the rest of the structure. So those are my comments. I don't know if we hold other applicants' feet to the fire on when they plead hardship on cost. I don't know that we should be giving in to the city and they're pleading for hardship on costs if we feel that it's important enough to have something in character with the EPV directives for this structure. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Uli.
Thank you.
Comments, and and also discussion as well. We'll get into that. I think we're going to need to kind of talk through how we're going to go forward with this. But if everyone wants to weigh in their comments, then we can talk about a path forward of what that might look like, because the applicant has asked for an up or down vote as well with this. So, Commissioner Uli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm confident that the applicant will get an up-down vote. They may not like it. So my general sense is that I can't support this. I don't see any precedent for a floating cornice anywhere in architecture, and I'm not the most knowledgeable person about the topic, but I've never seen a floating cornice flying around. I do agree with Commissioner Lindvik that if indeed this solution is the one the commission supports, the color should match whatever the structure color is, so it disappears, because I think it's the wrong solution to start with. In reference to Cottage Hospital, the elements that Cottage Hospital included were steel interpretations of traditional wood trellis structures. And they did that, I'm sure, primarily for longevity, maintenance, and the fact that hospitals have to deal with a stronger, stringent code than anybody else on the planet. My suggestion and inclination is that this should look like a rooftop trellis. The W18 elements, can be the cross beams. The W10s can be the purlins, and the little sections that support the panels, can be the joists. And then you paint the whole thing brown so that it looks like it's a trellis. And my own perception would be that someone walking by the street and just taking a 10-second glance up there would say, "Oh, what a nice trellis," and then keep going, and then maybe turn back and say, "Oh, it has solar panels on it too. Isn't that nice?" I believe that is probably the least expensive way to do it, and not try and gussy it up with some kind of thing that's just going to cause more problems than I believe it's solving. All due respect to Mr. Lenny, who has a repertoire of fine design. He was already given a patient that was dying and had to revive it. And he did his best. So, Mr. Laney, my hat off to you, but I don't think this is the solution.
Okay, Vice Chair House.
Mr. Chair, I would really like to help the applicant get to yes on this project, but I entirely agree with Commissioners Lindvik and Uli that this is not the solution. I can't quite come up for the right terms for this thing. It's like a ghost cornice or a headless horseman, only kind of the opposite. It's got the cornice without the building attached to it. It's just not a credible solution. And we were dealing with a problem already. And I think this would be the object of withering ridicule if it got built like this. To my mind, this Anapamu Street elevation is by far the most important view. And it's a given that from the courthouse tower, you're going to be looking down on solar panels. I have no problem with that. It's mechanical equipment and it's on top of all roofs. But, it's very telling that the Planning Commission voted 4-3. And the 3 that voted against it, Commissioner Lodge says there are other options for relocating the arrays, including relocating existing charging stations and amending the agreement with the union. I've said that from the first. Those should be looked into. The best solution and the cheapest for you would be to drop this section onto the parking deck. The rest of it, can be pretty much as designed. I am not so concerned about the Paseo facing the Granada or the other sides, the Anacapa Street frontage you've taken care of very nicely. You just don't see that at all. So, and let me comment on the color issue. that was the first thing that occurred to me, that the white makes this whole thing stand out. But then if you paint it the color of the rest of the structure, you barely even notice any of the detailing in it. So why spend all that money on the detailing if you don't see it? But, you know, I just think that the easiest solution is to drop this section onto the parking deck. Commissioner Higgins said he is opposed because he believes there is too much remaining flexibility for the design. Commissioner Reed had all sorts of grounds similar to those stated already for why this wasn't acceptable. And they're just there to vote on the height exception because it, you know, clearly is a community benefit project, but they're not charged with taking into account the aesthetics of it. I have a concern about the lighting that's proposed, that from certain vantage points, you would see that lit perimeter, and it certainly needs to be well shielded so that you do not see the actual fixtures from any vantage point. And I think the final comment that I have is that my recollection from the last review and Commissioner Mahan's comments about a trellis were specifically a trellis. I do not remember mentioning a cornice. And in fact, Chair Grumbine opposed the motion because he didn't support requiring both screening and a trellis, which suggests that's what we were talking about, was a trellis solution. So, you know, if you can't drop this to the parking deck at this location, I think that, you know, if you did a credible trellis, that might be acceptable. But considering you're requesting PDA and final, there are nowhere near enough details for a final approval. And I know you don't want to go overboard on detailing if it's just going to get shot down right now, but there needs to be a lot more detail so we really understand the structure when you get to that point. But we want to help you get to yes. So, you know, this has been basically the same project every time we've seen it. And this one problem here, the Anapamu elevation, has just never been solved. Thank you.
Mr.
All right.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
We'll go Commissioner Drury and then Commissioner Uli.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to say maybe Commissioner Uli will drop the plans, but I went over to Cottage Hospital and it's pretty elegant what they've done and very, very forward thinking. I think Commissioner Lenvik and Commissioner Uli are right on the money. I'm not sure about the efficacy of losing parking spaces on the top level and dropping the array. I don't know how many spaces they had planned to lose in this project, but that is an option. But I can see walking by across the street at the public library elevation, looking up at a handsome steel painted trellis made out of the good stuff. The idea of a floating cornice, I think, is the cornice itself, I think, has one bump too many. And at first I thought that was a pretty nice solution as well. But when Commissioner Uli waxed eloquent with Commissioner Lenvik's help about the possible beauty and detail of an iron trellis up and on top that we would actually look up at and admire, I'm all for that. I think that's a very, very elegant solution by Commissioner Lenvik and Uli, and I would support that very much. I think that would be a feather in our cap, actually. I think it would elevate that rather workmanlike structure into something a bit more poetic. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Uli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the follow-up. You know, I, like Vice Chair House, recognize that this project is on a train that is traveling and doesn't want to stop at the station long enough for us to remodel it. I'm just feeding into what you said, Vice Chair. I don't know if you put it in those terms, but that's how I understood it. I could support this if we just simply painted all of the metal brown like wood and don't try and, you know, put lipstick around the edge. Just let the edge be what it is, because it almost has the elements of a trellis with all of the pieces to it. Others might disagree. It might need a little gussying up, but I'd be happy just to paint it brown and call it a day.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes, before this meeting, I made a point to go back through the other minutes of 2020 in April, July, and October, when this project was before the HLC. And I've got to say, I'm disappointed with what I'm seeing today, and I would simply echo the comments of others who have been made. I'm also very conflicted because I think that there's a challenge here that we will face more and more in terms of developing an alternative energy infrastructure for Santa Barbara, including in the historic districts. And I think part of the solution to that is something that the HLC's been, is on my understanding, has been asking for all along, which is to simplify this thing. So I would say, I would agree to simply wipe off the lipstick, paint it brown and make it look like what it really is. And I'd be more able to accept that than I am with this attempt to make it look pseudo-historical by adding a cornice to it.
So to sort of throw my own 2 cents in there as well, I agree with most of what everyone's saying. I wonder if it can't be, so you have these I-beams, which are, if you take, I think everyone's in pretty much clear agreement that the cornice has to go. That's not a suitable element, the way it's being treated. Either it needs to look like a plaster wall that has a plaster cornice across it, or plaster post with a plaster cornice with a big span, which has its own issues, and you're spending the money to try to pretty it up and make it look like a plaster thing. And it's probably very much more expensive and much more troublesome than just making it a trellis element. But I do wonder if that trellis, right now it's all I-beams, what I'm understanding, except for the posts, which are maybe they're square. But if they can't all be either square or C-channel or something that looks like a square, a regular shape, rectangular shape, at least from the, especially from the Anapamu side, so that you're seeing sort of square, flat, and then paint them dark like wood or whatever. And I think that one thing I did want to bring out, which I think you probably are all in agreement on, but bring it up at least and make sure you are, is they did a great job in lowering that depth, because the depth of the big girders before were totally unbelievable. What did you do? Cut down a redwood. If you were trying to pretend like it was a trellis, you'd have to be using whole giant trees to get that depth. So that reducing is great in terms of reducing the height and making it less such an eyesore, but also in terms of making it more believable in terms of the depth that you might find even in a wood or an iron structure, just more realistic. So I did want to mention that was a great, very much a good improvement, and thank you for working that out with the engineers. But then similarly, couldn't you work out with the engineers some regular shapes, like the backside of a C-channel that looks like a rectangle, that doesn't cost as much as tube or rectangular tube steel or whatever, but maybe that there's a cost, maybe it costs a little bit more than just going with the wide flange, but is at least looks somewhat like a rectangular shaped beam, and then maybe call it a day. Maybe you have to add one more support in between the wide distance of posts, because right now at 30 to 40 feet or whatever that span is, it looks pretty exceedingly large, and I don't know if there was a way of adding something in that made it visually not have that great span, or the corner as well. Commissioner Lendick?
Yes, would the screen go back to the roof framing plan? I forget which sheet it is. I need the roof framing plan. You got the red beams and the blue beams, and there. Blow in on that. Applicant, tell me, I see the red beam, and that's the 18-inch deep one. The beams that go across it in the east-west direction, they're flush, right?
All right, the applicant.
Applicant?
Chair Grumbine, Commissioner Lenvig. Yes, they're flush 10-inch girders in between.
So how do you
red
support the east and west end of those that are, let's say, on the north side or down along, you know, along the whole west side? How do you support that thing which is flush at its end?
They cantilever a certain distance, which is why there's, I believe it's 3 or 4 panels the max of the cantilevers, and so that's where they picks up. So this doesn't have the structural is not fully resolved. So you're not seeing a full structural plan here, but those are the main members. So.
I mean, what you're doing is you're sticking a whatever beam on the side of the 18-inch beam and hanging it out there. And what you've got here, in my opinion, is granted you've gotten a waiver and you've pushed down the structure, but you've got the opportunity in this plan to have the beams, the trellis members go across the red beams, and you've got the opportunity to take and scallop the end of those. I'm not sure what size they are, the 10-inch or whatever. You have the opportunity to scallop the end of those to look like what you see up at Cottage Hospital. And I don't see that you've resolved the structure, nor that you have taken the opportunity to come up with something that looks like a real trellis structure. If you're going to cantilever steel out there, you might as well cantilever over the top of the major beam. And I understand that that's a conflict with trying to reduce the height, but the height that we see from the sidewalk is another 10 inches is probably not going to kill the deal. But what you see along the edge of the trellis structure, these elements coming out, 8-inch or 10-inch or whatever they are, with a scalloped or scooped or whatever end on them, that now reads, you know, Hispanic and structural.
So let me clarify, Commissioner Lenvick, and make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So what you're basically saying is right now, because you have the big 18-inch girders going one way, and you're basically making them flush with the smaller pieces, you're saying instead you've reduced the step, you know, all down, but just stack the little guys on top of the big guys and scallop the end of them, and then call it a day in terms of. And even though you had to go up 10 inches because you're taking the little guys, you're putting them on top, that's better than keeping it in line and saving that little 10 inches, but then having something that doesn't look like a traditional.
I can't imagine how they're going to cantilever a rigid connection to cantilever 4 foot out on those east and west sides. I mean, it makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Okay.
You're taking our suggestion and screwing it up, you know, as opposed to coming back and saying it doesn't work.
Okay, so let me go to the applicant with that kind of comment, but also some of the question implied. If the applicant wouldn't mind coming back on. So for one, are you understanding what Commissioner Lenvick is saying in terms of the stacking of things? And the sort of a follow-up question to that is, was that considered? And even if you ended up going taller, would that be do you think, at least at this point, do you think that would be a reasonable consideration if this was to go trellis as he has described stacking it, and then also augmenting the end in some way?
We are trying to digest what the commission is proposing.
I think
direction
what
we're going
Commissioner
here.
Lenvick is saying is, and what Commissioner Lenvick is saying is, he seems to be saying, if you can make the big steel thing look, and you've already reduced the height of the girder, which is great, because now it's into reasonable traditional land in terms of proportions. If you can take your girder and you can stack your cross joist on it, your 10-inch or whatever it is, stack it on top, at least you have now a visually clear traditional trellis, at least in terms of the way it's laid out. So then if you can augment the end and make it look at least somewhat traditional, and Cottage Hospital's example, and we know that it costs more to do those perfect, amazing, cuts and everything else in the way they're fabricating it. But if there was some way of augmenting your beam end or your joist end and have it stack on top like a traditional trellis, that is what I think Commissioner Lenvick is saying. That's more supportable than the other stuff that we've seen so far. And yes, you'll still see the panels from underneath, but at least you'll see a trellis structure visually that'll make a little more sense because it'll be a traditional trellis geometry, let's say. So,
Chair Grumbine, yes, I certainly understand the direction to take the secondary girders above. I believe that we could support that because it's structure we already have. But where we would have some trouble is then turning those into decorative elements. That's where much more cost gets added to this, and that's where we would have some reservations. So yes, reorienting the structure, and it seems like this commission, including the Planning Commission, didn't have as much of an issue with height now that the members are more properly scaled. So yeah, this is an interesting thread of support. I appreciate the dialogue. But where we would have reservation is that additional ornamentation, which I think at some point becomes disingenuous. And so that's
all right.
Good.
I just want to make sure that you're good and understand that and had some comment on that. So Commissioner Uli, you're up.
Really quickly, Chair Grumbine, can I interrupt? This is Alelia Parento with the city. I just wanted to say, we do also really want to get to yes with you. And so if the avenue of removing the cornice and painting the metal is a viable one, we would be open to that today. Just wanted to mention that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Uli?
Chair? Oh, sorry.
We'll go Commissioner Uli, then Commissioner Drury after.
Thank you, Commissioner. Very encouraging news from the applicant. In my mind, I agree with the rationale that Commissioner Limbick has set out. I believe that having that cross beam and purlin and the joist acting as the support of the panel itself, give us the flavor of a trellis. I believe they can just leave the ends of these at butt ends. I'm not looking for scallops and OGs and all that business, because we have butt end trellises all over the place. It isn't any more un-Spanish to be a butt end or otherwise. With respect to the facing edge of the red line beams, I think if you just simply fill in the facing web that faces the street with a 1/4-inch panel that's welded onto that beam, then it looks like a box. We really don't care what it looks like when you're parking your car, but it would give that nice edge and look like it was a supporting beam of a trellis.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Vice Chair House.
First of all, I would like to clarify an earlier comment that I made.
Sorry, Vice Chair House, we'll go to you after Commissioner Drury. Sorry, I forgot about you, Commissioner Drury. Only because you're not on the screen.
All this conversation brings to mind the importance of what Commissioner Jordan said about setting a protocol for these arrays that are going to start springing up, hopefully, all over the city. And they need to be, we're beginning to codify what we will expect these arrays to look like and how it will be supported in public space. I think it's really important. This conversation may seem long to the applicant, but it's really very important for Historic Landmarks Commission. And
All right. I think we lost you there, Commissioner Drury, for a second. But it is important. All right, Vice Chair House.
Okay, so I was going to say I wanted to clarify the comment I made earlier that might have been misinterpreted by Commissioner Drury, and I was not suggesting that all of the panels be dropped to the parking deck, just a certain amount of them facing Anapamu, perhaps half of that first span of the red beam, something like that. So maybe it's 10% of the total area is lost to parking. In addition, I was also saying I am less concerned about the other elevations. So as far as the cost of making it trellis-like, I don't know that that's really necessary on the Paseo side and, the two Paseos, mainly just the what you see from Anapamu and the courthouse. And it seems to me that's just not that great a cost. And I would imagine that aluminum cornice is a very expensive proposition. So I really think there's something to be worked out here. And it might be worthwhile to have a straw vote about whether it's necessary to trellicize the rest of the perimeter. Because if the applicant is hearing that they need to do that all the way around, that's not what I'm feeling. And it would save a lot of money not to have to do that.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Uli.
Following up on that, I believe that the construction cost of placing the W10s bearing on top of the W18s would be significantly less than bolting them all to the side of a W18. And so with that significant drop in cost, it seems to me they could just simply make a huge trellis on the on top of the garage and call it a day.
I concur.
Absolutely.
Makes sense. And then, okay, so in along that vein, I think we're kind of coming to at least a general consensus on this. And maybe a direction as well is to look at those W10s and looking at seeing if those could be done in tubes, or at least the portion that are on the Anapamu side being done in a tube steel that actually looks like a rectangle at the end instead of an actual I-shaped wide flange, so that at least that end gets something that looks, and you get that steel tube to work, and it probably would work just fine over the top and make the calcs as they need it. What's the commission feel on that kind of general direction of trying to get them on Anapamu at least to look like a real rectangular trellis? Commissioner Lee?
I would agree with that, but I would also suggest that an end cap across the profile of any of these from the street would make it look like it was a solid beam without having to go to the cost of a tube or something else. So, I think there are inexpensive ways to change the color of the lipstick so that we can get what we want, and the city doesn't have additional cost to deliver.
Okay, Commissioner Rundick.
Yeah, I would agree with what he's saying about the end condition. And I personally don't know that a tube is more expensive than a wide flange. I mean, it's size and weight and amount of web, and they ought to look at it. But I certainly think that once you start doing it on one side, you do it all the way around. You don't do half tubes and other half in wide flanges. I mean, it just makes no sense, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think it sounded like we're actually converging on some general direction for this. And I think that it seems like the commission in general cares more about the Anapamu side than the other Paseo side. And I don't think there's any issue with the Anacapa side because it's pulled back and there's no visualization. But at least from a general standpoint, that's our biggest concern is Anapamu, with secondary being the Paseo and Plaza on the backside of the Granada. And then also in general, we want it to look like it's rectangular members, however they come up with that, but rectangular trellis members that have, the main beam and then stacked with the cross beams. And then however they achieve that look great, but that's what we want to see from the street view, especially from Anapamu. That seeming to be the sort of the general consensus. I'm sure as well we'd like to see it from the Granada Plaza side and the Paseo side, at least to a secondary level, but with the most important part being the Anapamu. Is that a kind of general consensus?
Well, Mr. Chair, can I weigh in just a moment?
Commissioner Drury?
I think since we're inventing a protocol here for the future, I think we should plump for the most elegant product that the city can afford. If that's an all-around trellis, like Commissioner Lembeck suggested, that's what I would support as well.
Well, I want to be careful about that. And actually, I think we should even potentially, until we see how this comes out, even say that this is not necessarily going to be a prototype for the future. We have to really see how this comes out, because I think there's two important factors here. Yes, we're all in agreement on solar and on energy in the future, and that's definitely a goal for the city. But this is also specifically a city project, so it has a connotation of city directives and city trying to, do, as one of the key, and it ties into our role as well. But there's competing interests at oftentimes at these projects. But this is also a city good project. So in terms of it's for the city, the good of the city, which is a little bit different in terms of the private sector versus. So I think we can probably call it a non-precedent setting in any way because we haven't seen how it would come out. Now I do want to be careful about that because I agree. I think we're looking at something that we'll look at a lot more. And I don't know that this is even, that we'll even think this is a good solution in a couple of years when it's built. So, but it's part of the dialogue and discussion. So, and it's not going away. Okay, so
you're speaking for yourself there, not for me. I mean, I think the city ought to be a leader, not getting away with a cheap solution.
Okay,
I agree.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah, no, I would agree that we'd have the same standards for sure. Okay, yeah. I'll take back that comment in terms of it coming off that way.
Mr. Chair, I would say that if the commission is looking to communicate what the standard should be, I think we look to Cottage Hospital. I think that is the standard. Quality and detail, quality and craftsmanship, quality and execution.
I agree, and I think the applicant ought to go by and look at that again. If he hasn't, he ought to go by and look at it, and if he has, look at it again.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. So, and now I think so I want to summarize the following comments, and then we'll get the applicant on to and have any final, very short, making sure they understand, and also making sure that we're, if they do want an up or down vote for this, that they get it one way or the other. But right now, what I'm hearing is, to summarize the comments are that, one, in general, we want to be thankful for what the reduction in height that they went back and figured out, and a way of reducing the height of the girders by the reduction, I will say, because I don't know the exact amount. But as the project has proposed is incongruous with having a plaster floating, or the visually looking like a plaster floating cornice is incongruous with EPV guidelines, and as there isn't Spanish colonial or Mediterranean precedents for this type of a structure. And our general recommendation is to look at turning this structure into a trellis, similar in type to the metal trellises of Cottage Hospital, and understanding that there is going to be budget limitations, but for it to look as much like a rectangular beam section of at least visually, to look as much like a traditional trellis as possible, even though it's going to be metal and painted. A couple other additional comments. The views from Anapamu are the most important. The views from with this look, the views from the Paseos and Granada Plaza are important, but not as important as the views from Anapamu. But they're certainly important, and those need to be continued to be looked at as from both of those sides and how this will play out. There was a comment made that and I think that probably the rest of the commission, and please speak up if I'm not summarizing correctly, but probably the rest of the commission would be fine with the portion towards Anapamu, dropping it down to completely out of sight by putting the solar onto the ground, losing some of the parking on that side, assuming that this is possible or possible within the budget. But I'm assuming that the rest of the commission would be fine with that as well, because then the visual would completely go away, the visual impact from Anapamu. And light fixtures, one of the comments made was that, and I'm assuming that we're in agreement. They need to be shielded so that when you're looking from the street, from the public right of way, you're not looking right into the light fixtures from the underside of the trellis. So that light needs to be shielded. So, and then I think that's the basic summary. Were there other pieces that people wanted to add?
I agree with your summary.
Okay. And now let's get the applicant on to make sure. Yeah, Commissioner. Oh,
It's true.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you. Was that
Chair
Commissioner
Gumby,
Lee?
before you move on, I can't get
Commissioner
my
Edwards,
hand up.
sorry.
Yeah, I can't get my hand up to switch over the icon to unmute myself quick enough sometimes. So really everything is that I have thought has been covered, but I guess I'd just like to mention how much I appreciate all of your thoughtfulness. I don't have the ability and I'm not qualified to discuss some of the technical details, but I look at this and I think, oh, gee, that just doesn't make sense. This thing floating in the air, and I'm immediately thinking why it's going to get dirty, and you all put it very eloquently and very thoughtfully, and I really do appreciate it, and I hope that everybody that watches does as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Edmonds. Okay, so if everyone's in general agreement with those comments, we could get the applicant on, make sure they're understanding of the comments, and see how they would like, whether they would like that vote up or down, or whether these comments give them some hope for a path forward, and hopefully a very quick path forward if they can come back with this. So, Mr. De Vicente and the applicant.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine and fellow commissioners, for the great discussion and dialogue amongst yourselves and allowing to clarify to us. Yes, I think it's important that we're clear on how we are able to proceed. A number of these items have comments have come up before. We can proceed without dropping anything to the deck. That is a non-starter. We covered this at Planning Commission, and I want to reiterate, there are many complications by suggesting going that direction. So we are comfortable coming back to you with your direction of the superstructure, redesigned superstructure we've done, the secondary elements up above with the box ends as trellis. We will look at that we can look in detail where the opportunity to add some aesthetic improvements on your preferred visual areas, on Anapamu in particular. So I think that's a simple request to not just come back with the most basic. We want to look at it ourselves, but it's a balance of the budget. So yes, we are open to and grateful for a path forward that you've helped craft for us today. But Mike, our concern was and has been the level of ornamentation. We would feel more comfortable with the straw vote to understand whether the commission is really looking for more ornamentation, or Chair and Commissioners, are you comfortable with kind of the more reduced? This is where things can really kind of get to the next level of cost. So that's one thing that we're not quite clear on, and I'd like to get a better read on. We just don't want to keep coming back and back and back, because that's the issue we have with time as well.
Yeah, I think to answer that, I think that it seems that everyone has been fairly clear this time for sure on going towards a simplified trellis that looks like a traditional trellis, at least enough. And the good thing is you're 4 stories up or whatever, so you have some advantage of us not even seeing whether it's the tube steel is rolled and has soft edges or things like that. It can still be fine. So I think that the simplification is preferred over ornamentation, as long as the trellis members are still look traditional in their composition. And obviously you heard from some commissioners that shaping the ends in a traditional way would be ideal. Cottage Hospital is the ideal that we're holding up as that example. And so obviously things like that would be great. But I think the biggest push has been making it traditional in language and in size and shape and feel. So, and I don't think it has to be super complex for that. At least most of the commissioners seem to do that. Yeah, Vice Chair House.
I would agree with that, but I would rephrase it a little bit to say that for a trellis that's four stories up, proportion is more important than ornamentation. So that, you know, members have the proper relationship and proportion to each other. And that's more important than any kind of scrolled ends or any detail like that.
Okay.
I would agree.
Commissioner
Langdon. Yeah, I would agree with that. And in particular, I would rather give up the ornamentation and have a fake column inserted to reduce the span so it would become more traditional. These very, 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 very long steel spans are not good aesthetically. And if there was any way to get some intermediate columns in there, it would really help a lot, much more than ornamentation.
I totally agree as well, and I'm assuming the other commissioners will as well. So that's a good point to add the columns between the long span, so that it looks like the proportion of the span looks believable or it looks traditional. So proportion of span, proportion of the members, sizing and proportion of the members, and the way in which they're stacked is most important. And detailing is of course good, but it's ornamentation of the detailing is less important. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Commissioner Lennox.
This reminds me of the discussion we had on the remodeling of the underpass on State Street. And we find out that all those columns marching along there aren't doing a thing. They don't even touch the underside of the bridge. But they're there for a reason, which is, you know, human scale, so on and so forth. We need to do the same thing here.
Chair Grumbine, commissioners, in an effort to really try to get to yes with your commission, I would request a 4-week continuance at your discretion so that we can explore the trellis concept and try to come back with something that is more suitable. I did just want to mention, I would caution against standardizing on the cottage hospital design because it is quite an expensive design and you will discourage the development of solar at smaller developments that may not have that budget. But I think that the trellis design should be something we can accommodate in some simple form. Thank you.
Well, hopefully your design will look so good that we'll start referencing the parking garage design instead of cottage hospital.
Exactly.
We'll hope for that. In the meantime, I think cottage hospital is the great example that everyone seems to be supportive of in terms of a traditional way of doing it. So maybe this will be a new precedent, but until we see it, I think we tend to hold our standards high until we can see something that also makes the cut. So hopefully this will be the first project that does.
I will make a motion for 4-week continuance.
All right, with those comments.
Uh-huh.
All right, and including in those comments the proportion of span and the needing to break it up with columns in a traditional way,
Exactly.
even if it includes adding aesthetic columns as opposed to structural.
As part of the proportion thing.
Yeah, on the visual side. So starting with Anapamu, but all the visual sides need to look that way. But Anapamu being the most important.
I'll second that
Okay.
if it hasn't been seconded.
All right.
All right, second. Motion by Vice Chair House. I didn't hear you, Commissioner Early, but I'll believe you. Second by Commissioner Early.
You can check the tape.
Yeah, okay, I will, I will after this.
Mr. Chair?
All right, under discussion, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, so with that, if it's not too much trouble for the applicant to give us both all the way around the perimeter of the array with a finished trellis look, and also the less expensive one where it's just fronting, I think, Anapamu and then part of Anacapa. Yes.
Actually, Anacapa. No.
That's not necessary.
No.
It's all in detail.
So what does that
Sorry,
mean?
what was that? Sorry, what was that? What was your response for? Well, it sounded like the response is no. So the maker of the motion and the second aren't up for your change. So
I'll follow. So no means what, Commissioner Lenvig? You want the thing for all around, right?
I want to see a unified solution. I don't want to see the front of the shirt, looking nice and the back of the shirt looking bad.
Okay, that's what I would like as well. Thank
Unified solution.
Good.
And actually, to be clear, what in the blue is a good example because that's all that the cornice obviously was addressing everything that's visual basically from any point on the street. And so what we're asking to do is making everything that's visual from Anapamu and the what's it called, the Paseo and the Plaza of the Granada Theater, all the current blue to make sure that from those angles, those pieces look traditional trellis, right? That's what we're asking them to do. And the most important of all is Anapamu, but we're asking them for all the blue to go to treated as trellis. It might end up being that they just change the whole system. It might just be that they change the whole system and it looks that way all the way around. Who knows? But from our point of view, the most important is the stuff you see from the street, which is generally speaking the blue that you see here. Is that correct in everyone's mind?
Yes, and I believe, Mr. Chair, we want to avoid having 3 A's and 3 numbers to choose from, and then they ask us to sort out which A goes with which. Just solve the problem and bring us a solution.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, any more discussion? All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
All right. Thank you. So I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Vice House.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
I think you're muted, Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmond.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
All right, thank you. All right, now let's, so we're gonna go start item, let's see, 4. But let's take a little 5-minute break, maybe a 10-minute break. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 4:05.
convening the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of June 23rd, 2021. So the next agenda item, if you could bring that back up, is item number 4, 700 State Street, continued item, project design approval and final approval. Proposal for a tenant improvement of the existing 2,150 square foot restaurant space within the existing 5,865 square foot building to accommodate a new restaurant. The project includes alterations to the south and west elevations, new entry archways, and new windows along the south elevation. The roof over the existing covered patio will be removed to accommodate the installation of a palm tree. ADA ramp improvements are underway under a separate permit. Project design approval and final approval requested. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility analysis criteria and the El Pueblo Viejo Landmark District Design Guidelines. Project was last reviewed May 12th, 21, and I see our chair has returned, so I am handing it back over to him. Mr. Chair, or I'll hand it over to the applicant to make his presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners.
And Mr. Shelton, if I could just interrupt briefly to say I should read the comments from the last review. The motion was to continue 2 weeks with comments. Number 1, the commission appreciates the design overall, and in general, the project is an improvement to the corner. Number 2, a majority of the commission finds that the project departs from the El Pueblo Viejo district a little too much and needs more control, discipline, and geometry. Number 3, particular features that need more adjustment are the arches at the corners. The proposal is an improvement from the previous design. However, the base of the arch needs to be more like the elevation and shall be either vertical or near vertical as it connects to the sidewalk. The commission is number 4. The commission is split, but there is a potential for the blue and white arch to be acceptable, but should be consistent in appearance with the elevation and not the perspective. Number 5, the finials are too organic and shall be more geometric. Number 6, the parapet walls are too intricate. Restudy and perhaps simplify the parapet walls. Perhaps provide less contrast in colors at the top of the parapet wall. The parapet does not fit into the El Pueblo Viejo district. Okay, Mr. Shelton, please proceed.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I went back to the drawing board and designed it with, I guess, some more discipline, more control, maybe less organic, and more geometric. So I just broke it back down again. It may look very similar, but when we get to the details, you'll see what we did. We'll cover, as we go through, march through the plans, we'll cover all those comments and we will address each one of them. We're also including, as requested, a couple pages on some historic details, both here in Santa Barbara and southern Spain, just to show you really what we're looking at. And I'm looking at in that I still believe it's really appropriate for this town, this district, and what we're getting at. So this sheet here, site plan, we'll get into some more details on that floor plan on another sheet, but the basic idea here is we pushed the patio back about 24 inches there, so we have the whole arch exposed to the ground, and we'll get into that detail. We did some stuff in the parking lot, just finished that bike storage, and added some planter for stormwater management. But the key to this site plan is really embracing this corner, which I think is important in this town, as you head up State Street, and extending life down Ortega Street, which hopefully this town becomes more of a two-dimensional, going both directions and spreading out instead of just going straight up. So that was a big part of the whole goal here, was to really turn this thing down Ortega Street. We can go to the next sheet, which is landscape plan. And not a lot of landscape here. We're not really doing anything out there. First of all, we have this Phoenix dactylifera palm tree. and we're looking at a 40-footer right now we could put in there. That's in the front courtyard. Adding some Sevilla bitter orange trees in that existing planter and some Senecio kind of green, bluish green succulent underneath. And then we going through our tier 1, we needed, because our parapets got thicker for looks, we had to add a planter up here in the top of this area, and we added another citrus tree there with the succulent. So that's what we did for tier 1. Let's go to the next sheet, and you can come back to this for reference, sheet 3 if you want. It's and we can start talking if you need to see what's there already or across the street. That's sheet 3. Sheet 4 is existing elevations, and then I've also dashed the profile onto the black and white elevations we're going to get to, so you can see that the heights. We're basically staying with this parapet in the whole side of Ortega Street, that height, and keeping the mechanical equipment where it is and covers on it, shields on it. Let's go to the next sheet. Now, I won't spend too much time on this, but there was this question about blue and white, and it is all over southern Spain. It's a Moorish tradition where it started, and so that's really what I'm grabbing onto on a lot of buildings is bringing that to the town, and also the tiled bar. You know, it's kind of odd that the most decorated buildings in southern Spain are the churches or the bars, and you'll see that all the time. And they're not wildly decorated, but they are emphasized. Let's put it that way, and generally with tile. So that's what we're showing here. Go to the next sheet. This is all in Santa Barbara. This is the plaster I've been playing with every building in this area. And you see it in Spain, but here, of course, is on the Presidio, and it's just softening it up. And I'm not suggesting that loose on this building. We'll get to that in a second. But that's where it's coming from. It's been put on by hand, not by a screed, a big long screed. We're all showing some egg motifs. We don't have the egg anymore, but we kept running into them. So here's the egg motif on the courtyard. We're showing some finials that are scattered around town, some little corbels, plastic corbels, and arches. So, and then also in this bottom one, you can see the yellow that we're using for that's at the Arlington that we're going to be using. We're proposing also. Next slide, please. And this is when we were doing the egg. So we just left it in here for kits. There's eggs are everywhere. So this is from Rome on up to Spain, and then even across the street in the Fithian building in the cornice. So it's just the motif we like to play with, but we've changed it, as you'll see, to a ball and leaf. But let's move on. So here's the plan, and really focusing on these 3 parts. One, the front courtyard corner, then the dining area, then the back of house, kitchen, bathroom, etc. And the reflected, you'll see on the elevation. But what we did here is clean up those 2 arches. They're symmetrical around the palm tree, as we talked about. They used to be asymmetrical the first round. And then we pushed that patio back to the depth of the arch, which is 24 inches. So, and put soldier course of brick there to the same brick that's on the sidewalk that is directly under the arch. And this gives a little more shadow, a little more depth, sets the people back a little bit. And we've also widened the entry for a little more elegance and some little sitting area out there. And we're not doing anything to the back. We're not proposing to do anything to the back. It's sitting there. 7-Eleven uses the ramp, and we'll use the ramp. Move on to the next slide, please. Here's the roof plan that shows the the existing mechanical area in screen. We're just going to reuse it. This is showing the gray area is what we needed to calculate for stormwater management. That's the thickness of the new parapets. And then you can see the opening, 10-foot square opening around that palm tree with in containers some tequila agave, since this is going to be a tequila themed restaurant. Move on. So here's the elevation. So if you just glanced at all of them, they're going to be similar because we're using the same data. But what it really is happening, you can see the arches are centered around the center of that patio, which is the palm tree. These are elliptical arches on end. We changed them from 50 degrees to 30-degree arches to help make all these corners work per many of your comments about cleaning things up. Now they all go past halfway a little bit. I mean, and I say a little bit because they're not consistent because one sidewalk's going uphill. But all these arches need to go at least halfway, and they should go below, or else they turn into shopping center arches if you're not careful about it. So that's where this arch goes down. So it's pretty straight at the bottom, just about 13 inches up. It starts to turn. It's the spring line. We're gonna jump in on those finials, but as you can see, they frame the patio. Then they go down and stop between the dining and kitchen, and then to end the building, we added one there. This also is showing the geraniums, which are 8 feet up, and we have a little watering system in our detail that helps the water, and plus all the plants can come out, so you can have a fresh batch you can put in while the other ones are getting fertilized and getting back up to speed. Let's see. We're going to go to a black and white one in a second, and that will have more details on it. Let's do that next. Let's go to the next one. Okay, this shows a little more of the operation of the windows. You can see that better. These tall windows we're putting in here, 7 feet tall, 4 feet wide. They open out, and I'll show you the details so they don't go over the sidewalk. 26-inch walls at that dining area. If you look above, you can look at the inner wall, the inside patio wall, which is all wood, 1-inch muntins, painted green, kind of a very traditional look with lights and the glass. And that sits in about 25 feet from State Street. As you can see, all square muntins and very clean, and 1920s, stealing them from 1920s details. If you can look at the bottom, that south elevation on Ortega, you can see dotted in there is the existing profile of what's there. It kind of goes there and it goes over the arch and dies, and then we stayed at that height and jog it right where they jog it. Both for money, and that's a good reason why not, no reason why not to do that. It's, as you can see, there's windows have these tiles above them for the drip. We call an eyebrow, and then the plaster windows of the kitchen are just plaster eyebrows. So we'll get to those details in a second. Let's move on. Here's a perspective with added people, street lights, cars, signs, you name it. And then there's the public works box in front of the arch, kind of sitting over there, kind of not too elegant. So just trying to throw a bunch of stuff at what a street scene is here in Santa Barbara. But as you can see, the two arches are similar and symmetrical around that, around the palm tree. And then one basic lamp, which is on the entry side. I think that was a question by Commissioner last time. Why don't we have two? That's where we enter the building there. And that's why we're going to have that lamp there. We can move on to the next. Here's a section of that arch. I had a couple different ideas last time, and now we're showing this one, which is 2-inch arches, 2-inch tiles, blue and it's a blue and an off-white, a very deep blue. We'll get to the color board with these formed corners, and they're 2 feet deep. I think Bill was asking about that, Mahan. That corner is a chamfered corner, which helps people walking around it, and it sort of cleans up that whole arch, which was a bit of a concern last time. This thing sticks out four inches from the building line, and we checked that with Public Works. Next, please. Here's some details. Here's that dining room wall detail, 26-inch thick. Just traditional old wood windows, old design. And they've got a tiled eyebrow there and head. And here you can see the idea the owners want to, they'll sit at the window and just open them up and have people sitting right in there. So the window is at 36, I believe I have it 36 inches off the ground, off the finished floor. Then there's some tile, plaster details. That's not as curvy or wiggly or whatever the word is that I usually have, but it's soft. It's done with an 8-inch trowel, so it's not machined. Let's put it that way. Parapets are sloped inwards to keep the walls clean. Let's go to the next detail sheet. Here's that ball and leaf that was a big concern about I think the organic character of it in the whole corner. So gone back and cleaned that up, looking at images. There's a lot of leaves. For some reason, they use a lot of pineapples in Spain. I didn't want to go there. So this is a leaf, a very geometric leaf, four big, 4 small leaves, and a ball. And this is a ferro cement plastered, and will be plastered just alongside of the building. The idea is to keep it soft, just like it's been whitewashed, 50 times already. Above it is the parapet that there was, I know at least one dissent on it or didn't like it that much, and we took it away, and I didn't like it at all on the building. So I brought it back with some overflow scuppers, and we'll get to the colors on those. They're blue and white and turquoise. Geranium pots, the key to those is having them removable and then having a supply of good geraniums all the time to replace it. And then that back bike rack storage unit is ironwork with a canvas on top of it, gold, sunflower, and black canvas. I didn't color it there. I should have. Next detail sheet. And here's that front lamp, which is basically an agave, playing with agave leaf and agave blossom. And it's ochre glass, orange glass. The light really just goes down. It's got a soft glow. The ironwork was straightened out. I know a commissioner or two wanted me to straighten it out a bit, so I did. And simplified. If you could go back to the elevations, you'll be able to see that. But it's just simplified, and it's mainly just to keep people, doesn't keep people from falling out, but it's separating, liquor sales and the street.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Sorry for the interruption, and to the commission and Mr. Shelton. The 15-minute timer is up. Mr. Chair, if you want to grant a little bit more time, it's up to your discretion.
Sorry, the Vice Chair House, if you want to run the thing, because I did come in late. So I did see, what's that?
I've turned it over to you.
Okay, all right. In that case, no extra time.
Oh,
no. If you could wrap it up, Mr. Shelton, in the next maybe a minute or two.
I think there's just one more sheet.
Okay, great.
Colors. By the way, I noticed that ironwork on top of that bullfighting rink is white. I know you're looking at that garage, but that was surprising to paint that white. Anyway, looking at this yellow, I'm playing with these colors. I come back to these colors. They work with the brick. They work with any terracotta that's around. there's the gold, which was at the Arlington. They painted over it before. I'm not sure what color it is now. There's the blue and white. It's California Pottery, does all our tile work. There's a turquoise for the overflow scupper. The lights are black. Domino, it's called. The green is on the windows, and there's the geraniums. There's the colors of the geraniums. There's the orange trees and the tequila colored succulent. So look at, I'm very simple, not trying to fight too many things on with that color palette. And then the following last sheets are mechanical, but we showed you the mechanical on the roof plan. They're still moving kitchens around, but that's where the mechanical's going.
All right. So does that complete your presentation?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, great. All right, so in that case, let's open public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon, follow the instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on this project, please follow the instructions on screen. Ms. Ternovskaya, did we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you, commissioners, and Mr. Hamilton. We have not received written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And seeing no hands raised at this time in the webinar, Mr. Chair, we can turn it back over to you for questions from the commission.
All right, thank you. All right, so to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair House.
why are all the people and the dogs sweating profusely?
All right, to the applicant.
All people sweat. All my characters sweat.
Oh, okay.
Are they? I thought it was a commentary on like waiting for HLC to say something, or you know.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
This is just a quick comment on that drawing on the painting on the screen. It's a combination of Seagar, who did all of Popeye's stuff, and Robert Crumb.
Yep,
I find it very entertaining. Thank you.
All right. Questions? Commissioner Lenvik and then Commissioner Manuel.
Yes, I have one question. Are you replastering the entire building?
The entire half of this building, we go up to the 7-Eleven and we put a line we stop it right there.
Yeah,
So
but you are all sides, front and back of your portion of the building being replastered.
Correct.
Good.
Three sides. Three sides, just to be clear. Okay. Commissioner Manuel.
Pertaining to landscape, I see you're going for design approval and final. Do you have landscape plans and landscape details and all of that?
No.
Okay. One other quick question: the new standalone citrus that you have in the back and the BMP planter. Did you look at using a large canopy tree for that, being that you're in the parking lot?
No, I didn't. It was, those citrus trees are interesting, and the way they're street trees in Sevilla. So I was not trying to complicate things. I was just, it is kind of humorous too, sitting out there. So we did not look into that, and we could get a landscape architect to help out here if we needed to.
Okay, those are my only questions.
All right, other questions? Okay, I don't have any questions. So in that case, let's jump into comments. Who wants to kick us off? Commissioner Manuel.
Might be smooth to just roll back into those. I do think, as you were saying, that standalone would be better as a canopy tree. So it should be a canopy tree. And then seeing those other details I mentioned in the irrigation plan and it would be nice to have a landscape architect on this for all of that. But thank you for adding in those 3 citrus along that small planter. I think that's a nice touch. So, and the rest of it besides that 1 citrus tree, I really like.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Other commissioners, Vice Chair House?
I'm speechless, I guess. I adore this project. I think I'm really looking forward to it being completed. And I think it's really benefited from the comments that have been made in the previous reviews. So I think it's all come together nicely, and I'm very much in support of it. And I agree with the comment about changing that 1 bitter orange to a canopy tree to give more sculpture to that far back wall and soften everything.
And you don't go for the argument that it's a bitter orange all by itself in the corner?
No, it looks kind of lonesome back there.
That's why it's bitter. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Other comments? So let's if we could, maybe I'll just pull them up, try to pull them up separately on separate screen. Actually, I don't have the comments. Can we go real quickly to our last motion's comments? I just want to make sure that we've that if we have anything to weigh in on, that we've covered them. So Commissioner Manuel.
I should point out that I reviewed the last hearing.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. So I think let's work our way through. So a majority of the commission finds that Project Parson of the Viejo a little much, needs more control, discipline, and geometry. How is everyone's feeling about this? The current project as proposed. Do you think it reacted well enough? Yeah, thumbs up. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Particular features that need more adjustment are the arches at the corners. The proposed is an improvement to the previous design. However, the base of the arch needs to be more like the elevation and should either vertical or near vertical that connects to the sidewalk. So at the arches as proposed, or is anyone feeling that they need to be vertical, or is the slight comeback that he's having is that acceptable?
Yes.
I accept the architect's rationale that they should not look like shopping center arches.
Absolutely.
All right. Other Commissioner Lenvik?
Yeah, I know that Mr. Mahan was more or less adamant that the arches drop vertical to the ground, and he of course is not here to speak for himself. I don't find it a major problem. I mean, it's down low. Your eye's not going to go to that point anyway. The other thing I want to comment on, the blue and white arch, a tile on the arch is very similar to that which is on Quarantina and where is it, Jeff? Quarantina and Chapala Street. There's an arch in the corner of the building that was done there by Design Arc, I believe, which is tile is similar colors, and it looks quite nice.
Okay. So along that, speaking of the tile, why don't we jump into that? That was one of the comments. Oh, actually, so the arch to finish off, is there anyone that doesn't? I agree, Commissioner Mahan was the strongest advocate. In general, I think that arch is going straight, whether you stint the arch for a little bit and then go into it, or stilt the arch, sorry. Stilt the arch for a little bit and then go into the arch. But the return one, I think, is rational in terms of Spanish Colonial Revival Moorish influence, where the arch can come back a little more, and the domes as well. So I think it is within the language, and it seems like he's done a good job of addressing, at least pulling a little bit more towards what we've asked.
Just a hint of a horseshoe.
Yeah, exactly. A hint of the horseshoe arch. And so anyone else have anything else before we move on from that? And maybe then we move on to the tile. Are people finding the tile design and detailing acceptable as proposed? General?
The jewelry. Yes, it's the jewelry.
All right, the building jewelry, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay, that's seeming to be good. Okay, and then so that covers the item 4, the blue and white. In terms of in general, now I think we're in support with as it's been detailed. The finials, the adjustments to the finials, everyone good with those? I think they definitely seem to be much more geometric and still fun loving, but a little more just enough uptight to get you into EPV.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. And then the 6th, the parapet walls are too intricate restudy and perhaps simplify the parapet walls, perhaps provide less contrast in colors. So how is everyone feeling with the design of the parapet walls now with the overflow scuppers and that?
Good.
Good? Okay.
Yeah, good.
All right. So that covers those comments. That's good. And then the additional comments that have come out so far, and we can add more, but so far are that the standalone tree needs to be a canopy tree, and in the standalone tree in the parking lot needs to be a canopy tree. There needs to be an irrigation plan and landscape plan. And what other comments do people want to add to this? And also the first comment being that we're very much appreciative of taking our comments to heart and the adjustments in design, and are very much liking the current design.
Just to clarify my comment, I'm fine with this being the landscape plan. I don't need an additional.
Okay. Okay. But we do need an irrigation plan, is that what you're saying?
Irrigation plan and landscape details.
Yeah.
Okay. Irrigation plan and landscape details. Okay. All
Mr.
right. Additional comments, Commissioner or Vice Chair House?
I was just going to make a motion to continue this 2 weeks to the consent calendar to provide the landscape plan. So let's see, is this PDA?
So this is coming for PDA and final, but
Okay,
we could give it PDA.
Granting it a PDA in return for final on consent.
Second.
Okay. All right. So there's motion by Vice Chair House, second by Commissioner Drury. Under discussion. Any discussion about?
Mr. Chair.
So yes, Commissioner Drury.
The only thing I will say is that this is a real particular intersection. I'm in cahoots with Commissioner House about it. I think it's a adventurous, lovely building. Thank you.
All right. So Commissioner House, speaking of which, since you made the motion, do you want to continue with the project compatibility criteria analysis as well?
Okay. The project appears to fully comply with all the applicable city charter and municipal code requirements. The design is consistent with design guidelines applicable to the location of the project within the city. It's compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale are essentially unchanged from the existing building, so that is in compliance. So our next page. I don't know if there are adjacent landmarks and historic resources, but if there are, it's appropriately sensitive to them. It does not impede public views of the ocean and the mountains, and use of open space and landscaping, it's appropriate amount of landscaping for the location.
All right. Great. So, and the seconder of that, I guess you made the criteria analysis. So the seconder of the motion agree with that?
Yes.
All right. And then under discussion, any other discussion? All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
All right. Thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Uli.
No.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmond,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundick,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you. And Commissioner Uli, did you want to specify why you voted no?
Sure. In my opinion, the project does not fit the EPB guidelines. I would suggest that we alter the EPB guidelines to align with our new ordinance and provide the flexibility for these more creative projects to come forward that echo the details that we're looking for in the district. I appreciated Mr. Shelton's rationale for how he arrived at those details. I think that rationale is appropriate. It does give context and precedent as to where those details come from, but unfortunately, that is not covered in the EPB guidelines, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. All right. In that case, oh yeah, and this, okay, so this decision is appealable to City Council within 10 days. All right. Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
So we are on to our last, this is our last project. So it's 2948 Serena Road, or last review, 2948 Serena Road. Review after final approval. This is a revised project description. Spanish Colonial Revival style residence constructed in 1925 with a designated structure of merit. Proposal for alterations, additions and alterations to the existing one-story, 1,000 square foot single unit residence with a 169 square foot detached accessory building and one-car garage. The project includes 795 net square feet of additions to the rear of the residence. The existing garage is to remain. The project will address violations listed in the DIR by removing the rear deck and cover for a new replacement deck. The proposed total of 2,194 square feet of development is 71% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. The city's architectural historian prepared a memo evaluating the proposed alterations. All memos and staff reports are reviewed at, etc. And this is review after final is requested for revisions to the approved design, including a pitched roof instead of a flat roof at the rear addition and a reduction of the floor area of the proposed additions. Project requires substantial conformance to the plans that received final approval on March 4, 2020, which is when the project was last reviewed. All
That
right.
must have been one of the last
welcome.
reviews before the pandemic shut everything down.
Yeah, it was probably the last review.
That was
last
the
time we
first
heard
one.
it in person.
Yeah.
All right, so welcome. If you could, well, I guess we'll go to staff with any comments, and then you'll have 15 minutes, as you see in the timer here, to present the project. And please make sure to go through what has changed and what is coming back for in specific as you walk us through. All right, Mr. Hamilton and Ms. Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the Commission. This revised project description as shown on the agenda is the revised project description, and you should refer to the previous agenda and minutes to view the old one. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I don't really have any other comments other than what was covered in the agenda in the footer. So overall, the scope has been reduced, and I'll let the applicant explain more about that. And it seems like Ms. Hernandez might have a comment as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to briefly go over the memo I wrote. I just did a quick evaluation of the project to the Secretary of Interior standards, finding that it does meet the Secretary of Interior standards. So just as that gives you some background and assistance in your review. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right. Well, do we have? Let's see. do we want to review the minutes? Mr. Hamilton, were you saying that we should read the minutes from the last time as a way of getting reference, or what was that comment in reference to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I realized I should have explained that a little further. Occasionally, in review after final project descriptions, we will specify the former project description and then have the changes highlighted in the footer. However, for this project, it felt like putting the new project description in its place would help you review it a little bit better, since there are some specific changes being made here. So I wanted to just let you know that.
All right, great, thank you. I'm sure the applicant will be able to walk us through those in more detail. All right, well, welcome. If you would like to introduce yourself for the record, and then take us through your project.
Yes, my name is Larry Thompson. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, never too sure. Lawrence Thompson Architects. This project began probably over 3 years ago with another firm who decided to create a tremendous, the whole building had an understory, and therefore it was a very precarious engineering feat to get the project done. When it went out to bid, the prices came back almost 3 times what the owners thought they were going to have to pay. So therefore, they're back in the saddle again. But we have taken the front of the building and kept it intact. And that is the sensitive part relative to the street frontage. To the rear of the project is a commercial zone and also a very nice Riviera view. So what we've done here is the building is raised off the earth 3 to 4 feet, 4.5 feet at the rear. So rather than digging out the whole underside of the building and going through all this extraordinary cost, we're just proposing putting an ADU at grade level in the back, and then a few steps up from the existing level to an upper master bedroom. That's basically it. The existing garage remains. Everything else is intact other than this one area of the building. There's a back deck that is being proposed to be replaced, not for any reason other than for structural reasons, because it's rather worn down and it's rather suspect. But the elevation of the deck and the shape of the deck is exactly the way it has been. So the only change that might be seen from the front of the building out here is an extension here of a dining room and nook off the kitchen and dining room to provide a little bit of space that's sorely needed. Otherwise, this is it's almost undistinguishable from the prior project as seen from the front. Unless one is way back across the street, maybe on the upper floor, they can see this gabled upper floor here that's 4 feet higher than the existing floor level.
Mr. Thompson, just so you know, if you want something pointed to, you're going to have Mr. Bolton point his pointer. We can't see your pointer.
Okay. I didn't know that, but anyway.
We're following along in general, but yeah, just I wanted to let you know.
But basically, this rear area in the back, is all that is substantially changing, and it's just going up another 3 or 4 feet. That's all. The whole front of the building is the same. The entry courtyard is the same. All the entourage. So it's a big change. Hopefully, it will get this back into a budget that they can afford. It's that simple. And yes, we do have a gable on the back. We also have a gable on the front.
Why don't, Mr. Bolton, could you flip through the drawing as you go, and maybe Mr. Thompson, you can kind of point out the pieces that you just mentioned.
Yes, this is a section on the lower left, and it shows how on the bottom left is the ADU area here. This is an existing area. This is the pop out I mentioned. And this is the master bedroom up above, and there's a little view deck at the very top. Looks kind of like a big chimney. And this is a plan on the right of the ADU, which is just basically a bedroom and bath, living, dining area. And underneath the deck here, there is one understory element. It's only 7 foot high. It's a storage area. That's all that we really are digging out to create. You have the next sheet, perhaps. Get along here. But this is that was the upper floor. No big changes there. Here you can see on the north west side, this is where we have the master bedroom up above, and below here is the ADU. This is all as existing in the front. And if we go down the sheet, let's see. Now down here is the opposite side, which is the southeast, and it shows the projected windows. This is the existing area unchanged here. This is the existing deck height, although rebuilt, a new trellis, and this is the master bedroom in the background with the deck on the other side. And then going forward, you can see the front of the building here is exactly the same, other than the fact that if you are far enough back from the building across the street, you might be able to see this 4 foot higher gable. These are the existing wood doors for the garage back here. And all of this is existing as well. So moving forward, we have interior elevations, but I think going forward, it's mainly details. But I think this is the existing layout of the building. If anybody's interested, this is what it looks like now.
Okay.
Any questions?
All right. Well, yeah, we'll get into questions in a minute. So if that completes your presentation, then we'll.
It's about that simple. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's go to public comment. We'll opening public comment on this item. Any member of the public wishing to comment, please click on the green arrow hand icon, follow the instructions, and you'll be called on. And you'll have 2 minutes to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you're attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. While we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Tarnowskaya, did we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you, commissioners, and Mr. Hamilton. We have not received written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I only see 2 attendees by webinar currently and no hands raised. So Mr. Chair, and to the commission, back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, so to the commission for questions about this project. Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
I guess I'm not entirely clear on what changed from the final approval plans. Things aren't clouded or anything like that. So if we just run through what's different, for instance, I'm understanding that looks like there was a flat roof at the rear addition, which I'm guessing is the master bedroom addition, which is now the pitched roof. So for instance, on that northwest elevation at the left end, is that what was a flat roof before and now is a pitched roof?
I'd have to dig all those plans back up, but no, I think we had I'd have to check on that, but this was the pitched roof was put in to emulate the pitched roof on the front of the building existing. And what changed here is that if this is the finished floor height, before there was an 8 foot head height understory under the whole building. It was much bigger. We've taken out about 500 or 600 square feet. But the only thing we've done is we put this ADU in here at grade level, 4 foot lower than that, and put the master bedroom above. So before, this was pretty much an existing, it's kind of a lower, and I think it was flat, yeah, in one area, but the difference, there were things that were changed back here as well. All we've done here is we've added
Let me ask this of staff. Do we have the PDF of the previously permitted set?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do. They're on screen right now.
Okay, great. So I think that'll be really helpful. We need to, because this is review after final, so we're.
Let's see here. That's west.
Okay.
So this is the north of the building down here. That would, and yes, it was flat. There was a rear door window in the back, and yes, there were sloped roof elements on the north side. And then this is looking toward the rear of the lot here on the lower left. Above here is the driveway coming down, and there was a projected window here for the dining room at that time. But all of this all up front was also the same. We have more in the same plane that hasn't been changed now. And yes, there was a deck and a trellis, and that's just been replaced with something not very much akin. But as you can see, there's almost, the other thing that changed is there's a little gable up above and beyond the front elevation gable. And then in the back, there's this, I don't know if you see this arrow or not, but there was a gable coming back over the top here. That was.
We don't see the arrow, but maybe Mr. Bolton could kind of point out the area. If you tell him which elevation and then whether it's the back or the front or left or right of it.
I didn't catch the question. I'm sorry.
So maybe, because we can't see your cursor, so maybe if you can tell Mr. Bolton which elevation to point to, and then he can try to point to the area.
So if we go to the south elevation, which is at the top left of the sheet, that is looking toward the dining room, which has the big bay window closer to the center. That's left of the S and south elevation. Yes, in that area. And that area, as well as an area just to the right of it, the window to the right, have been combined and popped out so that we had very vital space in there. The area above the garage, which is at the lower right here, was a master bedroom at that time. And it was on the same deck as with the kitchen. And that now, because of completely eliminating all the uses below the existing finished floor height, that is, on the left, you see window and door beyond the garage. That all is gone because of costs, and we've had to add on the upper right an area for this master bedroom to come up about 4 feet. That's the basic change.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair House.
So I guess my question has been answered. The changes are pretty substantial from what we gave a final approval to. They're not just little minor changes. So I'm thinking we should go back to the new presentation and just evaluate it and see if there are any areas that we have any issues with.
This is the new presentation, I believe. Yes. And you can see on the northwest elevation, which was the north on the prior, there's just a simple 2-story with a gable, and on the right is basically the existing building facing the street. And you can see there's a deck on the upper floor, and there's a stair that goes up on the left to the deck on the other side of the building.
Gotcha. Mr. Thompson, hold on one second. Commissioner Uli, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Vice Chair House. There seem to be significant changes to this project. I think the best use of the Commission's time in evaluating this is to have it come back and have the approved elevation above or below the new elevation so that we can see them side by side and evaluate the impact. It's difficult to go back and forth, even though we're all experienced reading this stuff. Many times when we have these kinds of projects, the existing proposed and the existing approved are above and below one another. I think it's too significant for us to just say, well, okay, it's good enough. I would move for a continuance and have this brought back so the exhibits are more geared so we can review the changes.
I would agree with Commissioner Uli, Mr. Chair.
And actually, I have a similar feeling or a similar thought, but I wanted to get some information from Mr. Hamilton first, and then we can go to Commissioner Lenvick. So, Mr. Hamilton, as an agendized item, this is agendized as review after final. But if we're feeling that this is really, it's pretty significantly different, because our findings have to be basically that in conformance with the previous design, which we might love this design, we might like it even more, we might find it even better. But the reality is, if it's substantially different, it's hard to find it that it still falls under the same umbrella that it had before, right? Am I correct in that kind of assessment? And if so, then it means that we're having the applicant come back just as a new project, basically, because it's a different project, or if it's different enough that we can't find it in the same realm. It might be the comparing idea or what, but I'm a little bit leery about process and what we're actually trying to evaluate and come to. Obviously, with the implication that we want to give good feedback and the best feedback we can, but also wanting to make sure that we're doing it in a proper analysis way. So, did you want to weigh in, Mr. Hamilton, and we can go back to the commission?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the commission. The purpose of today's review is to determine whether these plans for the review after final substantially conform to the plans that received final approval. Staff felt that would be an appropriate level of review for this project, but in today's motion, if you want to say one way or the other, then you should do that. Otherwise, I would recommend just continuing it for a revised project design approval consideration if you feel that the plans don't substantially conform.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes, on this set of drawings here, on the next sheet, are the existing elevations.
That's right.
And apparently we, and I don't recall this myself, but apparently we found that this building, which is existing, which is a structure of merit, modified significantly by the drawings that were approved that now are being changed again. My question is, isn't this almost a new application? I mean, I don't see the minor aspects about it. And I don't know how we're able to make the findings and such that are necessary. It's almost a new application.
Yeah, Commissioner Edmonds?
It seems that Mr. Hamilton's comments support Commissioner Uli's suggestion that we continue this, and it's very difficult to compare, the previous drawings with the current drawings on a computer. All of us have smaller screens than when we sat at a desk and could spread the plans out. So I would have to agree. I think it should come back so we can compare them more appropriately.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
Initially, it was my hope that we could just keep this as simple as possible, but I think that from the other comments I'm hearing, and the more I think about it, it's a substantial change from the project that we approved before. So I think that it should return for a new project design approval where we can comment on individual features. I've noticed a few things I'm thinking, why is it like this? Or have you thought about that? So I don't think it's just as simple as giving it a review after final and sending it on its way. So I think returning with for a new PDA is the appropriate step. I recognize there's a little bit of a challenge since you don't do these drawings on a computer, taking elevations from the previous set and stacking them over elevations from the new set. but I'm sure you can find a way to do a cut and paste that we can at least see those side by side and evaluate with the changes, and it's my hope that this is going to be fairly easy, but we need to do our due diligence and make sure we understand what it is we're approving.
So, Commissioner Uly, I want to go to you in a second, but I have a quick question for Mr. Hamilton. So, what are our options here? What are our paths forward, or is there only one path forward? Obviously, it could be come in as a totally new project design approval. Is there a path that allows for a revised version that isn't a review after final? But is there another path that is a sort of a revision to the permit, but is not a review after final that still makes us have to find it conforms to the original project design approval drawing?
Yes, so that option would be to continue the project for review by the full commission and to basically just grant a revised project design approval. And at today's meeting, you would say, if that's the case, that the plans don't substantially conform to the final approval plans, and then it would just be a matter of scheduling it for that revised project design approval. And it would need to return for final as well, but we could do both at the same hearing. So,
okay, all right. I want to make sure we have our options on the table. Okay, Commissioner Uly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my mind, there are a couple of paths. The first path is continue our review of this project in its current condition, for which I could not find that it is substantially compliant with the approved project. I think the second path is that the applicant comes back and he matches his design to what was previously approved, even though the scope has been reduced. I think that project could be found to be substantially compliant with the design of the previous project. And then I think the third one is go for a completely new approval process and scrap the original approval altogether.
And just to be clear, your second option was I think is the closest conforms to the revised project design approval, where you're still looking at it in relation to what was before, but you're revising what that the final is, and you're not trying to make it conform to it. Okay.
Yes.
That seems like okay, and that seems like conform with what Mr. Hamilton said as well. So okay, so we've got those those three options laid out in front of us. I think we should probably go into discussion with that now, with that in mind. So to the commission, in terms of discussion on that, what's the pleasure of the commission? What are thoughts on it? Who's feeling like what's the right path forward? I should say, let's start with this. Does anyone feel that they can that it's a merit, that it's worth it to try to make this project as it's currently before us, try to get it to work with the original as a review after final, work within the original design approval? Does anyone feel they could do that?
Mr. Chair.
No.
Mr. Chair, as I understand the project, the mass, bulk, and scale have changed. The second floor at the north, I guess it is, has raised up 4 feet, as I understand it. So the building mass has changed substantially. So I think giving it a new PDA is the appropriate way to do it. The only thing I would add to that is we could give it a once over and of these revised drawings and see if there are some things that jump out at us that we would like to comment on, so that he has the opportunity to work on those details before returning again. But we don't necessarily need to do that.
Okay, that's a good point. What does the commission feel about that? About if there's not anyone really feeling like that we're going to try to stick and keep it within the review after final slot, then we can talk about whether it's a revised project design approval or an all brand new start from scratch project design approval. Those seem to be the two options left. And then with the potential for as well giving some comments of certain things that seem to become, to be things that need work on it, especially right now, so that the applicant can come back and not have to just repackage the same thing and then come back for the same review. What do people feel about those things? Where they're leaning?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Drury.
Well, I would follow Commissioner Uli's lead and say that I'd like to see what we approved of and what has changed, and I either one above the other or side by side, because it's very difficult on these little screens to see what is actually going on. We need clarity. I would support that.
Okay, and so so of the revised project design approval, that's what it's sounding like they're leaning towards, as opposed to all new project. And then the second part of that question was whether we give feedback now, whether you're comfortable giving feedback now. And it seems like your answer to that is no right now. It's that you're not comfortable giving feedback until we can actually compare things side by side. All right.
That's correct.
Commissioner Uli?
I believe a good path forward is for the applicant to revise their design to fit within the design parameters of the approved project if they're looking for changes after approval. Then we can evaluate whether or not those changes are substantially conforming to the approved project. If they want to change the design, then I think they're looking for a totally new approval path. And so I could see the first one I mentioned working within, the next hearing when they get on the board. The other one might take a little bit of work. So I'm not quite sure. I certainly empathize with Vice Chair's suggestion that we review the project they submitted and give them comment. But I would have a hard time doing that if they come back and they're trying to look for conformance after approval.
Although, hold on though, Commissioner Uli, because I think that you're the two of them you're combining a bit, because the first option was for which is what it's been agendized for here, which is review after final, which we have to make findings that say it conforms with, yeah. But then I think Mr. Hamilton was saying there's another option, which is a revised project design approval, which says we're revising the project in this way, which is actually changing the math Volcker scale in this way, and that but it's still a revised version of the original. We're still comparing it to the original.
Yeah, I understand. I understand the distinction between the two. I'm not aware within our code that you can substantially revise a project after approval and then say it's substantially conforming to the original approval. I think that's a little dicey. But Mr. Hamilton and staff should be the experts and tell us the difference. If we're looking to do a substantial conformance to an approved project, then it needs to fit within that approved project, as substantially as it can. This current one in front of us does not, in my opinion. So they revise it to fit, or they design it a new one and start over again.
Mr. Chair.
All right, so Mr. Hamilton, actually, let's get staff and then we'll go to, was that Vice Chair House?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we'll go to Vice Chair House after Mr. Hamilton. So, Mr. Hamilton, could you elucidate some more on this? So, how can we, the revised project design approval, do we still need to make this, is that giving it PDA? Let's just start with that. Is that revised project design approval, is that a PDA level process, or is that something else?
So from a process standpoint, it's fairly simple. The steps would be that the applicant submits their plans as they want to revise them, and then the project will undergo a review for compliance with code. And as you see these plans, these do comply with zoning and the applicable municipal code. So if this is the same project that is submitted for the revised project design approval, then it would be a matter of scheduling it for that hearing and you would have to remake the findings for this particular design, for project design.
And so that process would be actually, even though we're calling it revised, they're still getting we still have to make the findings for a project design approval, the full finding.
Project
Okay.
design. Mm-hmm. But it
Okay,
can be
so,
done
but it
on
makes it a little bit, easier or cleaner because it's a revised version as opposed to an all new application with an all new thing. Is that right?
Correct. It wouldn't be a brand new application. It would be under this application. And, in the motion, I believe you'd simply say the project design approval granted on whatever date it was granted on is null and void. This is the one that stands.
Okay. So then it gets us our in-between in terms of not as long or as big a process as that. We can still refer to the previously approved project, but we can actually change, actually changing the project design approval criteria from which we're analyzing.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Vice Chair House.
Well, I think we're all on the same page, but there's a bunch of terminology flying around that seems to make it complicated. I think we can all agree that this is substantially different from the previous final approval, and so we should no longer consider this a review after final. Whether it's a revised PDA or an all-new PDA, it's the same thing. It's an application, and we're just taking a step backwards and looking at the changes he's made and giving him a renewed PDA, and then move forward from there. He changes details per our comments, and he comes back for final approval. So I think it's pretty simple.
Okay, sounds good. I think we're now pretty clear on it now as well, and I think you're right. So it seems like the discussion is leading us towards a revised project design approval for coming back for that. Then the next part of it is who's comfortable, who wants to give any input at this point, and maybe we just do a straw vote for it of whether we want to have the discussion and give input at this point with this project, or whether we just hold off until they come back as revised. Mr. Hamilton, did you have something that you wanted to add to that discussion or no?
Mr. Chair, not at this time.
Okay, I wasn't sure if your camera came on or off. It was moving around. Okay, so let's just have a straw vote in terms of who wants to even give comments now on this project, or whether they don't feel like they're seeing the right stuff yet to see the side by side so that they can compare the different elevations and actually give that comment. So who feels like they can give comment now, at least as a initial wave? All right, and who would like to, and so it looks like three, who would like to see it the side by side comparison, to wait till the next round to actually give comment?
I would.
1, 2, 3, 4, and Commissioner Drury says 5. So straw vote looks like we want to wait until we have it all formatted properly, or for this type of review, the revised project design approval, and then we can kind of make comments from there. Vice Chair House, did you have something you wanted to also say?
No, not at this point, I don't think. No.
Okay. All right, so I think that's where we're landing then. So I think I guess if we're looking for a motion, it would be to come back for a revised project design approval, and it would be either an indefinite continuance or for a 2-week continuance. Is that right, Mr. Hamilton? Right now we're at 2-week, or are we at 4-week?
Currently, the timeline would be a 4-week, but we could accommodate it on a 2-week basis if the applicant would be ready.
Let's ask the applicant.
All right, so the applicant, that's a great idea.
What would you like to know?
So would you like a 2-week or a 4-week continuance? So for you to basically reshuffle the set and have side-by-side comparisons for all the elevations and for the floor plans, and for, so we can see what's existing, what was the previously approved, what is the proposed, and basically repackaged for us, and so that we can have that, and then it would be coming back for a revised project design approval. So whether you would be ready for those all those pieces in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. Or
So I would be putting together the comparison between the different stages here. And
Yep.
I would take each component like an elevation and show them side by side rather than relying on the existing sheets overall so that you could
Exactly.
conveniently compare all the basic pieces. So that would probably, considering my workload right now, that would probably, I could possibly have it in 2 weeks, but easily within 4. So like either
Okay.
way is fine with me.
All right.
But
Well-
the changes, we can't afford the changes back to the original. That's the problem. There's no
Yeah,
choice
no,
financially here.
what we were just setting up was basically the proper review format and platform for this project,
Good.
and to do it in a way that's as streamlined as possible, so you're not getting resets back to the beginning and having to go all the way through. So this way, it's at least a comparable thing, and not start it all over with a new project.
So you'd like the last approved version and whatever's being proposed pieces, each piece in a single
Exactly.
square or sheet.
Yep.
whatever.
Site plan, existing, the old proposed, the new proposed.
It's not hard.
Elevate-
We can just cut and tape together new
Yeah.
sheets. It's no big deal.
Okay, so is
So
2 weeks
2
okay
is
then?
fine. Sure.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so back to the commission. So it would be for a 2-week continuance to go for revised project design approval with comparison of existing old proposed and new proposed. Is that
Yes. Mr.
sounds
Chair,
good for?
I had a motion to continue on the floor already, and I'll just add what you just articulated to that.
Second.
All right, motion
Second.
by Uli, second by Drury. Under discussion, any discussion? All right, and on that case, roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmond,
Yes.
Commissioner London,
Yes.
Commissioner Wall.
Is that me?
Yes,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Uli
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
All right.
All
Good
right,
night, everybody.
Take care.
and I guess Mama gets dinner. All
Yeah.
right.
That's it. Good night,
All
everybody.
right. Good night, all everyone. See you in 2 weeks.